Hello, and welcome. Or not. Do not feel welcome. Do not feel welcome ever. Ooh. Mildly evil. I don't really feel like talking today, surprisingly. But that's, that's why visual novels are good. You just can go and read it and don't talk about anything at all, ever. Good news. I watched Marty Supreme. That's a good movie. Really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the last scene. No spoilers, but it's really good. And you're like, oh, holy shit. Why is he doing this? Is he doing this because the character is happy? Or is he doing this because his life is over? Makes you think. Also, score of this movie. Well, it's not score. OST, original soundtrack, is really good. It's made by the same person who made Uncut Gems soundtrack, OST. Soundtrack sounds right, but score is wrong, right? Because score is like specifically made to be put in specific parts of a movie. We don't really do scores anymore, right? I like the idea of a score. Shit, hold on. A second. It's so hot here. Okay, and now I'm gonna. Here we go. Mahoyo. Do we want to recap? I think we should do a recap because we didn't do it right last time. So. I don't want to do it. Hoko Ozaki is a main character. She's a witch. Well, is she a main character in the last chapters? I think she was pretty main character in like first 25% of the story, but now like starting from here, it's all about Sojiro Shizuki. Is this his name? Oh, it's chill. Hold on. Do I wanna go into and look at the character portraits? This is extra. An ingredient schedule leaves both the process and result unsettled. Doki Julich. Okay, cool story. I'm gonna go and see every character. Aoko Ozaki, she's a main character. She's a witch, and she came to Misaki Town in order to learn magic. She only came here 2 years ago, therefore she learns magic for 2 years. She inherited the power to do magic, or it's unclear how exactly she got herself in the situation, but what is clear is that she inherited it from her grandpa, and initially it's not supposed to be her who should have started learning magic and become a powerful mage. It should have been her sister, but her sister bailed, so the responsibility fell on Alko. It is also like we know she's not exactly satisfied with the what's the word? Responsibilities, but we don't know the nuances of how she feels about this. We don't know if she likes or hates her sister for that. We can guess. We also know her sister. Well, you probably don't, but I do. Her sister is connecting link between Naoko and Karano Kyokai series of light novels. Her name is Toko Ozaki, and she was an owner detective agency in Tokyo. So Aoko also mentioned that she knows that Toko has a magical power, and in Karano Kyokai, Toko was a puppeteer. She was like a puppet master. She was animating puppets. Wait, did she actually do it? I think she did. And she also was giving people prosthetics that was kind of like a puppet arms and legs. Those were cool. That's that with Toko. Also, Aoko Ozaki is connected to Tsukihime, as in she's a teacher of main character Shikitono. And in Tsukihime, Aoko's hair is very red, so we can expect this to happen. Maybe in the finale of this story for Aoko's hair to get red. And Anyway, Aoko came to Misaki Town and she lived. We don't know how that happened either. She started living with Alice Koronji. I mean, exactly how it happened. Like, do those families have some sort of agreement to get their descendants to live together? Or like, we don't know the details. But Alice and Aoko live together in Alice's mansion, in Koronji family mansion. Alice is the mage who was raised as a mage, so Aoko only did it 2 years ago, so like middle schooler, but Alice knew how to do magic all her whole life. Her family is magicians, and Aoko's family also magicians, so they're similar, but they're not the same. And those two live together and protect the Misaki Town, and yeah, that's about it with those two. At some point, Tsujiro Shizuki, a transfer student who came from the mountains, we also don't exactly know how he was living his whole life in the mountains, but now suddenly he gets to high school, he gets to go to the high school. They do not pay for his tuition and they just make him pay tuition in high school, even though, I don't know why couldn't he continue live in the mountains. I guess there's something going on. He has bandages on his neck, probably not from suicide attempt. Also, we don't know what's up with this. We don't know what's up with this. He came to Misaki Town to go to school. He is not very assimilated to the urban life. He works a lot of jobs and he goes to the same school as Aoko. At some point, he accidentally saw how Alice and Aoko do magic, and in the mage code that means that they should kill him. So Aoko tried to kill him. It didn't work out. Too annoying to get into all the details of that. It didn't work out, so now they just kinda decided that Tsujiro should live with them so they can supervise him until they found a way to erase his memories of magic and yada yada yada. It is slightly alluded to as if something similar already happened with Alice and Aoko. Like, there was already a person. I don't know if it was exactly the same situation, but there was a person who was friend or something, both of Alice and Aoko, and they lost the person. It's unclear, and they only slightly touched on it. So, it kind of feels like maybe they're reliving their previous experience here. It's very, very vague, so you cannot be sure about this. All the other characters, those three are from Sujiro's school, they're his classmates. Those two, Tomimaru and Hosuke, are his classmates. Is it Tomimaru in his class? I don't remember. And Kojika is his friend from work. Kazuki Mashiro is their teacher. This is... Oh, they have the same surname. Oh, they're siblings. How did I not notice this before? Those two are... This is a member of a church and she's blind, and this is a sister of a member of a church and she's like a weird woman. We only encountered her once. And church is also... This is Toko. And church is also a mage organization. It is a consistent plot point in Tsukihime universe that the church is like do magic and fight evil powers or whatever. I don't know. Who the fuck is this? Anyway, that's about it. Sejiro now lives with Aoko and Alice, and all the previous stream we were going through like Alice and Sejiro interactions and this dynamic, which is pretty alright. Yeah, that's it. Nothing is going on. Aoko and Alice still trying to find the thing that they tried to fight, and when Sejiro walked on them, aka the villain of the month or whatever, which is probably Toko for some reason, or maybe not. Maybe it's this person. Maybe it's specifically set up in a way that, oh, it's the magic just like Toko, and if you know, you know, but oh, fuck you, there's actually a completely different person who does the puppet magic or whatever, I don't know. Also, what was interesting about the puppets is that there was a puppet looking exactly like Haoko. Like, exactly. It was like her copy in a puppet body, so it only makes you think that it's your sister who knows her so well and who would put a lot of power into making a doll identical to her sister. But this is weird. We don't know the motives of Doko, who is here. Oh, we also did saw Doko, but we did not get an introduction to her. We saw Doko from Sachiro POE, and he met her eyes and got shitless scared in the pachinko parlor. Remember that? Yeah. Kinda hectic, I'm sorry. But here we go. Here's Mahotsukai no Yaro. Wish you a holy night. It's the night that holy. Why is night become holy? This is not how it is in Japanese. Mahotsukai no Yaro is like magic user of a night, not like magician, which would be Majutsushi. Magician. It's Mahotsukai, a person who uses magic, and not like the person who uses magical craft. You know, there is a slight difference. So literally from Japanese it's gonna be like magic user of a night, which doesn't sound that eloquent. I wonder where Holy Night came from. Maybe there is something holy about the night? Maybe there's like... maybe church is involved. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let's do it. Oh, Nino D. Cool. Hi, Kumari from class 2D. I returned the key to the gym. Oh! Can she talk again? Hold on. It may be the case that the game was loud now. Hold on. Because it was fucking around with settings. Like, this should be better? Sorry. I returned the key to the gym storage in the faculty room. Onaoka was present in the second student council room when Kojika Kumari entered. Oh, thank you. I'm almost done with this, so just have a seat here. Oka was seated at a long table surrounded by a pile of textbooks and using her pen to write rapidly. Strewn about the table were not school-specified notebooks, but rather papers for writing reports. What are you working on? Homework? Review question? Looks pretty intense, whatever it is. Winter vacation just started. I mean, we have special winter cleaning thing to do too, I guess. This is separate from all that. A university student I know gave me some work as a ghostwriter. Whoa! They want me to copy this old report from a few years ago verbatim for the graduate thesis. Neither you copying the whole book, it looks like. What university did they go? Not Mizora, is it? Kumari couldn't seem to hide her discomfort as she started thumbing through some of the reports next to Oko. Thumbing? The slightly brown-tinged reports had to be at least 10 years old. Of course they go to Mizora. I don't know students from any other university. Don't worry, Kuma. It's not from your brother and his crew. Aren't they all planning to stay back another year against this year anyway? Can you stop calling me that? And please stop referring to them as crew. Your voice was snappy, was it? Not that Aoka could judge, but this girl's unfriendliness could rival even her own at times. Kumari's speech was dry enough as it was, but when she got riled up about something, she really let it all out. Apparently she got it from her father. She was trying to work on it, but it was hard to fix an old habit she had since elementary school. Is this even going to work with a report that although? Don't you think they notice? Well, it's better than nothing, isn't it? You told me they marked all the outdated data. Out of date, oh my god, they told me they marked all out of date data and that I just need to change those numbers by looking at the textbooks. That's dumb. If they did all that, they could just change it themselves. How long have you been working on this? Since this morning. It's really not bad money for half a day's work. They pay me 10,000 yen per report. Can't believe this. The student council president usually has a side castle like this. No wonder you left Tsukuji in charge. Why do they need money? Shouldn't you be rich? Right, let's just keep this between us, shall we? Kumari relaxed a bit as Aoka pleasant response and decided to sit down in the nearest chair. The room was silent, save for this. What is she came here for? Key to gym storage. The faculty room. Okay. The room was silent, save for the sound of scratching of Aqua's ballpoint pen. The sky was clear blue and there were boys in the rear courtyard playing baseball within their jerseys. With a special winter cleaning finished, it seemed they decided to stay to enjoy in their free time. I don't know how can they stand out in there. Stand it out there in the cold like that. Wait, those two second-year boys. Said boys would play in teams of 5 since they apparently could not get enough people together to play a proper game. Holy shit, it's gonna be tough today. It was a boring game of mostly stakeouts and poor hits, but they sure seemed to be having fun. Their yelling and hollering mostly consisted of bad words, surprised yells, and cracking laughter. Oh? Of course Hosuke and Shizuki together, but Tsukiji looks like he's with them too. Are they friends? She clearly said I was a kid. Did you hear that? Huh? Why the heck is he hanging out with the Class C crowd? Well, as long as they're done with their cleanup, they can do whatever they want, I guess. Whoa. Didn't know Tsukiji could pitch. He can kinda do it all. Hold on, I needed to be a tad bit quieter. He can kinda do it all. He's lazy, so he never accomplishes much. He can do just about anything when he puts his mind to it, though. If there is anything he's lacking, it's the ability to just be a kid sometimes. You seem to know a lot about him. Are the two of you dating? With Tsukiji? Who the fuck is Tsukiji? This guy? Okay, Tobimaru. Seriously? I'd date you before I dated him. Give me a break. Dude, Ozaki. I'm not into pretty boys. I need a macho man. Like that Australian. What is she talking about? What Australian? You know, the guy that starred in all those barbarian movies? Question mark? Oh, so you like chiseled jawline? I didn't know you were into the muscle head types. I mean, not exclusively. I'm trying to say that you can't trust smooth-talking, carefree guys just because they happen to look attractive, she's right. They continued their conversation, one staring at the report pages and the other gazing out of the schoolyard. They met in high school and soon grew to be friends who enjoyed cherry together. Ooh. So, what are your plans over the winter vacation? Wanna do something? I want to, but I'm going to be busy. How about around the start of the next year? Should we want Yamase and other girls from Class B? I think they went up to Tokyo last winter vacation. They aren't really our style, are they? They freak if they find out what kind of stuff you're into. I wouldn't bother them. What the fuck is she talking about? Oh, Tsukiji allowed a hit. Whoa, it even went over the fence. Nice home run, Shizuki. He's more athletic than I thought if he managed to hit a home run over Tsukiji like that. He grew up in the mountains. He's gonna be at least a little strong. He might beat Tomimaru for the top spot in next year's fitness check. It's a piece of cake for something out of the mountains to walk for 2 hours straight. He shouldn't have been on the track team instead of swimming. It's walking 2 hours straight considered good? Like, isn't it just an everyday morning, whatever? Oh, you know a lot about him too. Maybe he is the one you're dating? Nah, can't be. The constant sound of Oka's ballpoint pen moving across paper suddenly stopped. She stood up naturally from his seat, took a quick break to pour some fresh tea, and returned to her work without acknowledging what had been said. Is there anything particular you want to do over the winter break? Sorry. Hold on. Really? Sorry again. There were a lot of movies I've been wanting to see though. I'd love to run through all the ones that don't get shown here. What about you? I'm thinking of getting some winter clothes or a CD. I needed a CD player first, though. Should be able to get one under 30,000 yen soon. Yeah. 3 reports. You like all this new stuff, don't you? CD's just an expensive fad. They won't be around for long, I think. Oh, she's so wrong. We just ran whatever. I mean, maybe she's not that wrong. We just ran whatever music you want and recorded onto a tape for 500 yen. CD's going the way of Betamax, you'll see. Really? I think CDs are good to be new standard. If anything going to way of Betamax, it's cassette tapes. No way! I bet anything on it. How could CDs ever be better than cassettes when you came and recorded them? She doesn't know, she doesn't know. I love cassettes. It's really unfortunate. We used to have a lot of cassettes, but then it all got like destroyed. And I think some of them we put info from a cassette to the CD. How's this process called? No idea. You're so conservative, Kuma. Watch out when a party change happens, because it always does. Party? Political? But hey, I'll take a bet. I'm going to put it down here in the student council minutes. I cannot read today. What's going on? What is the sentence? But hey, I'll take that bet. I'm going to put it down here in the student council minutes. I don't understand. I look forward to it in 10, not even 5 years from now. 5 years? Sounds good. You should be finishing up college around then. You're planning to go into college in Tokyo, right? What are you thinking exactly? I haven't decided yet. I just know I definitely want to be in Tokyo. I'm surprised. I thought you'd have the next 3 years of your life completely planned by now. Do you think she can go to Tokyo? Aka laughed dryly at the oblivious job. Aka knew what direction she wanted her life to go, but she didn't usually think too much about the details. Once she made a decision, she followed through with it. That was why she didn't actually write out a schedule. Anyway, come grab some food with me at the ramen shop in front of the station when I'm done with this. I'm getting hungry for all the work. But most girls would want something sweet after doing all this work, but okay. What do you mean? Calories are calories. I'm interested. If you come to my place, you can eat for free though. What do you say? Of course. Everyone needs a good girlfriend like you. Nice. The girls waited patiently for winter vacation to start in the student council room. Their free time after school was spent through this kind of frivolous conversation. Oko spent her nights as a mage and her days as a normal school student. The conversation she had with her friends was no different from any other girls her age. She enjoyed both aspects of her life equally, even if one of those involved fighting against normal enemies. So, Aozaki, how much are we going to wager to that bet earlier? I'm not completely evil, so I'll just take 10% whatever saving you have at the time. I don't want to clear you off, after all. Damn, she wasn't lying, but fundamentally, she was still an imp at heart. Oh, is this it? No. Okay. Oh. Why does he look like this? No, Okay, so he definitely tried to kill himself, or whatever the fuck, or something else tried to kill him by the neck. I just got a bad feeling all of a sudden. No bandages. Was it like this last time? Was it? And I just didn't notice? Victim A whispered quietly after sneezing. You got you cold or something, Shizuki? Let's wrap up the game and head to town. What'd you say? This was their 4th game of 5-man baseball. What? Wasn't there pitching? I thought... Oh, it is... Okay, I might be insane. It is baseball. Okay. They're getting some spectators since starting an hour ago, and we're playing special rules where infield grounders were called out when caught, and some home runs were awarded with leftover sweet red bean soup cans. Oh, that's nice. Hosuke Kinami has gotten bored once he realized it was still going to be a while until it was his turn to play. Seriously? The one came up with the sudden idea of playing baseball in the first place. What was then? This was then. This is now. All the losers from Class A showed up, and I hate them. Can't get along with them at all. Don't worry, I don't think they like you either. But hey, this will be a good chance to show them up. I'll actually try to play for real, if you will. Tomimaru calmly punched back down at Kinomi while practicing his pitching at the wall. He was throwing harder than usual. Maybe he was angry because of the home run he gave up earlier. I learned baseball rules when watching the streamers play like silly, like Switch baseball. You know what I'm talking about? Like a silly little tabletop baseball game. It's pretty fun. Real life baseball is really unpopular. People don't play it and don't really know about it. Which is interesting and surprising. He was trying harder than usual. Maybe he was angry because of the home run he gave up earlier. You know what's popular though? Tabletop tennis is really popular. I think like every time you go somewhere that has some sort of tables, you know, like places that has billiards and stuff, they always have a table for tabletop tennis, which is peculiar, huh? Sorry, yeah, Marty Supreme talking in me. I've been thinking about it. He was in a Class A and had taken on the role of the captain of the other boys from Class A who showed up to play. I don't know what's going on, I cannot comprehend sentences. Hold on, that's not entirely true. We actually kinda like Kinami. We like how much of a spaz he is, how he'll openly rate girls and how hot they are, how he always planning matchmaking parties. There is nobody else like him. All the other boys in Class A nodded affirmatively. Really? Don't act like you're all about fun and games like that without telling the whole truth. We should host the karaoke party. Oh, get together some cute girls so we can hang out all together. And then that happened, you all leave me to pay the bill. And then we went to go check out the girls in the tennis club. Who cut all the hair of me? Me. You think I can tell when I'm being used? What? You only figured that out now? Wow. Sorry, Kinami, but thanks to you I finally got a girlfriend, Heart. She always tells me it could be worse. I could be dating Kinami. You guys are so lame. I don't need to know about that kind of shit. Kinami took his bat and spun it around as he chased after the boys in Class A. They seemed to be having fun running from him while sarcastically thanking him. What is Kinami's best virtues was his ability to remain good-natured. Spotted the bot, sorry. Bot killed. To remain good-natured in the face of insults. He was popular as ever, Kinami. It's a good thing he's dumb. If he was clever, he'd probably end up as some kind of criminal. After all that's what's happening, though, he'd probably end up on the wrong end of Aozaki's fist. She doesn't have time to deal with someone like that. You think so? Oh, all that's happened? Jiro fell deep into thought. From the way that sounded, Kinami seemed to have some kind of history. Have Kinami and Ozaki ever been an item? An item? You mean a couple? You really think that idiot would have standards? There was a little incident between the two, but nothing more than that. Look at the school entrance ceremony, right, Kinami? Kinami froze and glanced back at Tomimaru's provocation. Oh yeah, duh. I just remember seeing this chick with a smoking butt, and before I knew it, I was reaching out to touch her. What the fuck? I was like, hey, so what class are you in, girl? I didn't really mean to touch her like that, though. I really tried to stop myself, but I think my brain had a major malfunction and my head just went for it. Kill yourself, Kinami! Kinami laughed loudly as he gazed at the sky. That was all explanations Sejiro needed to know what really happened that day at the entrance ceremony. You idiot. Whoa, what is this face? Oh, even still alive after that? I know, right? I thought she knocked my jaw clean off. I wasn't just slap of a fisty, no. People were saying that it was like her foot was one of those swim birds. If you dunk them deep in the water, shooting up to my chin like BAM! I can tell you this now, but I don't have the slightest memory of anything that happened after that. Rubbing his jaw, violence, funny. Rubbing his jaw, Kinami returned to their side. pride of wasting energy chasing after the Class A boys. Anyway, enough of all the talk. Let's go something fun. You can pay, Your Highness. I know you're loaded. Well, I suppose you could manage a movie or something. There's this big movie I really wanna see. It's one of those that's more fun to heckle than watch, but it should be fun. But for what I need an unsuspecting victim to watch it with me, I guess for that you'll do just fine. No way, movies are so boring. Whoa, no personality at all. You really think I just want to sit here still and be quiet for 2 hours? I'd rather go to the arcade. Hell, I'd take being a mole rat and just hang out eating or whatever. What's the difference between that and what we are doing right now? Come on, it's fine to go out somewhere to just hang out. Oh, we could start a band. British rock is really hot right now. A friend of mine at my part-time job said anybody can play punk rock. Can they? Oh, is that so? Make sure it's not just some fat. Fat? This was the rear courtyard during winter vacation. Kinomiya Tobimaru spent a relaxing reprieve chattering away about nothing of much substance. Nampa? That's crazy. Let's go pick up girls in front of the station then. I bet we can get some hot older chick to with you around. And hey, if we're short on cash, we can get some nice ladies to spend some money for us for a change. That's crazy. You really want to go out with a woman for their money at your age? You make my head hurt sometimes. That's insane, person. Come on, I know what I want out of life. And I know deep down you want to go pick up girls and have some fun with them too, right, Shizuki? You can be a cute younger brother type to older woman. Your Highness can just stand around. What the fuck? If all goes well, in just an hour or so, we'll be... If all goes well, in just an hour or so, we'll be having a magical winter love affair with some cute girls, like that one time, remember? Kinomi's hands were flailing around in excitement, dancing around like so many waving tentacles. His mind was apparently still swimming in the memories of a golden time he had once had. Anyway, Kinomi, what did you say that time? Huh? You mean my surefire pickup line? I was like, whoa. Insane. Okay. Wow, you're beautiful. My dad actually owns that building over there. Do you want to hang out and do something? She ended up running off when she found out I was lying, no? I'm not talking about that. I meant at entrance ceremony. Oh, that. Well, I looked Ozaki up and down and said, whoa, you knockers are huge. Arrow? Arrow. He let out a loud guffaw as he recalled his story. His lack of intelligence and propriety was truly remarkable, or rather mind-boggling. Nonetheless, Kinomi was now in high spirits after recalling his exciting memory. Conversely, Sojiro was standing in complete sullen silence. What's wrong, Shizuki? Not interested in picking up girls? Of course he's not. Sojiro isn't some kind of creepy pervert like you. No, I'm interested actually. I see girls who I think are cute when they're wearing something revealing and find it hard to control where my eyes go, just like anyone else. His words shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was as shocking as when a kid sees the head of a character at an amusement park fall off, revealing the person inside. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for thinking otherwise. So you one of us then, Shizuki? What do you mean by one of us? You're excited when you see a sweat rolling down the nape of a girl's neck in the summer heat. Oh my god. What a cute... I do get this one now. This one is good. This one is really good. Or the cute outfits the girl in the tennis club wear. Or when you see a girl in a swimsuit from behind. No comment. Sojiro's eyes were filled with question marks. Apparently he hadn't quite understood Kinomi's explanation. Come on, don't you get worked up when you see a girl our own age do something that makes you look all inviting? What the fuck? Sure, but I urge you to reconsider the choice of words. One of it was because Sujiro was unsure if Kinomi was referring to someone in particular, or whether he was just concerned about how this related to himself. A troubled look washed over his face. Why do we look at Ozaki image there? To never think the details, it's fine. Guys our age, I'm made of 60% sex drive anyway. So that's decided it. We're going to pick up girls. Besides, a new face might increase our luck. And with that, he happily put an arm around Sujiro's shoulders and headed off towards the train station. Wait just a second, this isn't right. I don't think you two are even talking about the same thing. Sujiro, do you even know what he means when he's talking about picking up girls? Huh? Question. Define pickup. 1. To answer a telephone call. 2. To recite a Shakespearean work. 3. To transport someone from one place to another. 4. To pay someone's bill. 5. To try and pursue someone to have a romantic relationship. We can do it, hold on. I'm writing kanji, hold on. Run. It's this one. It is nanpa. They do mean nanpa. Okay. I didn't know how nanpa freaking spelled. Okay. Romantic relationship. That's weird they didn't went with obvious to lift the person up, you know? They hate localization. They hate it. Okay. Why is it said romantic relationship anyway? Number 2? Wrong. 9 times out of 10, when a bunch of high schoolers are talking about nanpa, they mean definition number 5. Well, it's not a romantic relationship. See, Sujiro isn't after the same as you are, Kinomi. If you're looking to pick up girls, go on, and don't do it at Misaki Station, because you'll make us all look bad. Do it in the next town over or something. Tomorrow waved his hand at Kinomi as if he was shooting away a pest. Nice. Kinomi clicked his tongue in frustration and removed his arm from around Sujiro's shoulders. This is so damn boring. Fine, I'll just play stupid baseball then. Looks like it's time to play anyway. He complained all the way to the pitcher's mound. Sujiro looked on regretfully. Whoa. Hold on, did you really want to go pick up girls with him? Oh. Not really, I just had something I wanted to do in town. There is something I've had my eyes on for a while now. Say, Domimaru, you know that white thing in the student council room? Do you know where I can buy one of those? A white thing? Heater? Maybe heater? Maybe white thing. Sujiro spread his arms wide, making a bizarre gesture. A mop? A desk? 1 hour later, at the department store in front of a train station, Domimaru was still confused after he figured out what Sujiro wanted to buy. So, why did you want this? What is it? What is it? Oh, the door is open. Oh, that's how it works? Wait, was all this time the door was closed? I thought... For some reason I thought that room with veranda and shit, it's on the right from me, like this, there. I didn't know there was a freaking room there. Okay, the Gonchir estate was surprisingly comfortable for all 3 of its occupants this evening. Maybe it was because the dinner Alice had prepared was so wonderful. Alice can cook? 7? You really had 7 meals a day when you were living with your family? How is that even possible? Sachiro asked Alice this question in the sunroom from the third sofa brought up from the mansion's basement by himself. It's not 7 full meals, I'm just saying it's a deal to have 7 tea times a day. An early tea, after waking up, breakfast tea, 11 says, after that in the morning, low tea in the early afternoon tea, high tea in the evening, and then after dinner tea. If I drink that much tea, I would not fall asleep. The only one that implies a meal is high tea, at least out in the countryside. Liz was enjoying her black tea by herself in the sunroom. She was drinking a royal blend, a fine blend of Darjeeling, Ceylon, and some orange pekoe tea leaves. You know what this means. Some broken? Brew for 3 or 4 minutes. Large leaf. Do you think it's tasty? Some broken orange pekoe tea is the largest small leaf available. What the hell? Largest small leaf. Oh. Assam is a state of India in the northeastern region. 3 pounds. 13 Canadian. 13 pounds. 22 buck. Cool. Anyway, I should try this. This sounds awesome. To accompany her tea, she had some strawberries dripped in sugar. Whoa! She was in a world all her own. So basically, you just drink tea all day long? Ideally, yeah. She couldn't understand why this was so hard for Sujiro to grasp. Alice picked the strawberry up with her slender fingers and carried it to her mouth as if she was going to give it a kiss. I wish I was a strawberry. Sujiro was briefly transfixed by the graceful sight and shook his head to clear up his thoughts. He had become slightly too sensitive to the fact that they were indeed of the opposite sex, perhaps due to his conversation earlier that day. Can you chill? But that sounds like you haven't been able to achieve your ideal 17 times a day. 3 was the best we could do. My partner is still in training, so that means I have to do a lot more than usual. Partner? Sujiro turned to look to his side. There he saw the partner. What's the deal? 3 times a day is more than enough. A student counselor just sits and sips tea quietly, considering you have to boil water, get a teapot, and steep the tea. Drinking it in the afternoon and after dinner is plenty. You just always do too much. Look, I have the fancy lifestyle, but I'm never going to get used to it. Even though Alka was arguing, she still seemed to be in a good mood. Well, I'm not the one who's too fancy to drink the tap water here. I can't believe you haven't figured out how delicious Japanese tap water is yet. This is probably true. I guess we're just not as cultured as you. After all, we're not the type to want to have tea 7 times a day. Be careful, Sujiro. If you go and buy bottled water to make a nice cup of tea, she'll lecture you for an hour about how dumb and barbaric you are. It was true that better water should make it better cup of tea. It was why Aoko went out and brought bottles of natural spring water as soon as she moved into Koenji Estate. Your proud show and tell to Alice had led to their first petty argument. The two were exhausted of their quarreling about something one would think wasn't nearly as significant as magecraft. Do you have enough energy left to cook dinner, Miss Ozaki? Alice asked. No, it goes against my better nature. I just ordered takeout. And that was been their first time ordering from a soba noodle shop by phone. Their slovenly attitude towards household chores had only accelerated since then. After that, I looked up everything I could about the tea, asked Alice a lot of questions, and had many heated debates which led to me becoming more of a black tea person. Up until middle school, I was more into coffee because of my older sister. Well, I'm glad you changed your mind. If you hadn't taken me out shopping that one time, I never would have found that antique Copeland. Copeland? Is this real? Sorry. Copeland. Copelands. Flavor you can root and trust. Is this a restaurant? Is this a family restaurant? It doesn't look good. Is this? It's a casual sit-down restaurant. Okay. Really? Whoa! Okay, those are beautiful. If you Google Copeland teacup, those are so nice. This one is so nice. Oh. Damn, having a nice teacup is a dream. So beautiful. Okay, sorry. You're right. Last year, we were all about antique shopping, weren't we? Drawing room and the sunroom. Though they were not even in the same room, the two were enjoying a fun and lively conversation nonetheless. Sojiro wondered why they didn't just sit together and chat in the drawing room since they got all along so well. He didn't yet understand how the physical distance between them made those stories of old memories more meaningful. Did they? Oh? So you weren't the type to go out much, Alice? No, she didn't have any friends, Sojiro. That's right, she was a total indoor type. She only went out to go to school and that's about it. I mean, just look at today. You've been inside the mansion all day, haven't you, Alice? It's not that I'm indoor type, I simply have no reason to go outside. Today was busy replenishing employees anyway. About that, do you make those things here, like the ones in the amusement park? Ever since this terrible incident, Sojiro has been sensitive whether employees came up. He'd only been worried about escaping with his life at the time, but as time passed, what were those mysterious things? He became filled with curiosity. Oh, you wanna know? I do, if you're willing to tell me. Should I not have asked? But I'm curious. Fine, I'll tell you then. You don't mind if I give a brief rundown, do you, Alice? Here we go, the lore drop. I'll quickly recross your legs in anticipation. Doesn't matter to me, as long as you talk about the difference between me and you, that's perfectly fine. Alright, it's settled then. Now, what's with your look on your face? You're the one who brought it up. No, it's just that... Sojiro diverted his eyes at Aoko's direct stare. Sojiro and Aoko currently only spend time together after dinner, or once in a while, however, he would catch a glimpse of some innocent gesture at first, they wouldn't know how to respond. Can you chill? Chill, please. It's nothing. Keep going. I'm interested. Great. Let's get started then. For this, I'll need you to call in my Robin. Today is a special class. You're going to learn about all-play Kiksha. Aoko snapped her fingers. Apparently, she was trying to mimic turning on the switch on TV. It was a veritable TV special. It's a lecture about certain brand of magecraft performed and directed by Alice Kuonji first aired. Unfortunately, the special production was cancelled only 30 minutes after it began. Apparently the content had been a little too esoteric for Sojiro. No, lore drop. I knew this would happen. Shizuki probably has the worst memory in the universe. She almost said she was better off dead, but Double Space took a deep breath to avoid being hurtful. I'm sorry, Alice. I feel for you on this one. I have no idea how we can reduce our magecraft down to amazingly convenient. If any other mage heard that, they'd faint for the pure insult of it. Aoko was exasperated. She also felt some measure of regret. She should have realized that this would be the outcome. That's not true at all. I can tell the difference between you and magecraft. Aotariki just breaks stuff. Alice makes things to break stuff with. Therefore, Alice is a little more productive. This is scary, Aoko. It hurts. There is a pain in my chest. I don't know what to do with it. This feels like when someone breaks your favorite teacup and tries to cheer you up by saying that at least there wasn't a troll in the kitchen. What's that supposed to mean? So silly. New iced tea? Alka glared at the Alice sitting across from her. Alice had alluded to a fairy tale about less intelligent giant who lived under the bridge. Yeah, we know. I think such your observation was pretty accurate though, to be honest. I've never seen your ploys doing anything to help around here, and Robin and the twins both only mess things up. You're only looking at the final outcome. They're at least trying to help. It's not my responsibility to only end up ruining things. Nice. Both girls were now just intent on calling the other out. It seems neither wanted to admit their own shortcomings when it comes to magecraft. Even when they came down to a silly argument about who was the worst at breaking things. But wait, Alice's familiar does help out sometimes. So Pig in Woods, picking up leaves from before, is your familiar. Then why didn't you tell Ozaki? Though I guess Mr. Yamashiro did try to teach us that it's good to be humble and not brag. It was a real pig. Alice had simply sent the Cherry twins out into the forest to break them in, as it were. What? To break them in, as it were. To Sejiro, this had seemed like a good deed. Look, was visibly getting more fed up with this conversation since Sejiro had decided Alice was the victor here. You think cleaning is productive? I guess you can see the bigger picture. Oh yeah, shooting a gun is way more productive than cleaning, Yaoko. The bigger picture? Like, making money or something? Okay. It's a girl's words. Try to remain calm in the face of such a direct question. Even a fool could think of a good idea sometimes. You know? I never thought about that. Magecraft has always been something that only brings loss. Oh, so, what are you thinking? How do you think my magecraft can make us money? Let's see. For you, maybe you could use it to catch tuna or something. They're gonna say it's beyond them, below them to use magecraft on some trivial bullshit. Silence. Look, adjusted the position of your chlorosed legs. Why? Tuna exactly? She asked this question seriously. I just heard they fetched a really high price at the morning fish market. But they're hard to catch, they're huge, but they can swim at high speeds. Well, they're ones of Earth... Okay, Wikipedia article strikes again. Well, they're one of the Earth's greatest predator fish, and... This is so childish. This is such a silly, amateur type stuff. It kinda pisses me off. Well, they're one of Earth's greatest predator fish, the one of the most popular type of sushi. I heard they travel at the average speed of 38 miles per hour, and they can reach max speed of 112 miles per hour if need be. Holy shit. Can they really? With what speed, people swim? Well, I don't, so for me it's 0, but you know, you're good at swimming, aren't you, Ozaki? Could you swim and catch one? What does that have to do with magecraft? Even if I could hit one with magic bullet, it would be too demanding. I'm only good at speeding things up, not stopping things. What about you, Alice? I'd rather hate fish. No, Alice quietly added that some of them were oddly interested to her, so she wouldn't feel comfortable harming them. Cute. Damn. Olga shrugged her shoulders, throwing that idea to the side. Oh! Anyway, are you trying to start a fight or something, Shizuki? Sorry, I may have been mocking you just a little. The collar on his neck tightened for a good 5 seconds. It was as tight as a sleeper hold. So I guess we can only count on Ozaki to do violent things. How about you, Alice? You haven't said anything, so I guess you're opposed to using magecraft with profit? It's not really about liking you or not. Having money is always a good thing. You are rich! If there is something Olga can do while also evading the watchful eye of association, I'm all for it. So I'm the only one sticking my neck out? Isn't there something your place can do? Like, I don't know, a hippo that eats dirt and turns it into gold or something? You know, like alchemists who spend day and night researching how to make gold in the Middle Ages? alchemists were a waste of time and money. Oh, granted, in some cases they use the wealth of the rich to discover new technologies, so it wasn't all bad. For example, another Wikipedia girl strikes. Oh, they all connected to Wikipedia. This Mason Pulsarin was a product of a desperate alchemist who boasted the ability to create gold. I think when people just remember fun facts and like fun information like this, they are not that specific unless they're like insane about it, you know? Like, I think people would remember dates, but I don't think people would remember a lot of very specific things in a row like this, and at least without like having a reference information somewhere, right? Like when you're reading from a book or something like this. This is kind of sloppy. I don't like this. For example, the Mason Pulsarin was product of a desperate alchemist who boasted the ability to create gold. Alice ran a finger on the edge of a teacup in her hand. I guess there's nobody more unreliable than an alchemist then, huh? I hear the alchemists in Prague. Egypto. Nice. You say Prague? How to pronounce Prague? Prague? Please, give me this YouTube video, please! We can do it. We cannot, don't worry about it. Can it? Please, come on. Okay, hold on. I found it. U.S.
Prague.
Prague. Whoa. It's Prague. Okay. It does make sense. Prague deals in securities, and the ones in Egypt makes weapons too. Egyptian alchemists, right? I got my hopes up a little, but our kind should honestly never deal with the real world. We're too specialized in mystics. Love the back of Marco's hair. I heard that noble mage family in London has abandoned their traditions and is only taking in disciples for finance now. It's only a rumor, but apparently the leader of this big financial group drank the blood of all their employees to create a shared information network. Huh? Supposedly he became a vampire so that his employees would be mentally linked, creating the world's only financial group without internal conflict. Okay, this one is good. Sounds extreme, but I guess that's the length you have to go if you want to make money from magecraft. Totally sane reaction. Hey, what if your employees started their own amusement park? Sojiro clasped his hand together in excitement. Is he crazy? No PTSD at all? That's a great idea. I've had enough of getting attacked, but an amusement park, that would be a huge hit for sure. You mean you want my employees to be some kind of show or exhibit? But it would actually be popular. You could just tell everyone they're robots, and they would definitely believe you. No way, Aoko. Bring this up again, and we're through. Ooh, you're actually mad. Alright, Sojiro, this is it for the amusement park idea. No point losing a friendship over it. Wow. I'll go back down after Alice's cold rejection of the idea. The small talk continued, but the girls grew more distant as they tried to avoid further conflict. Sojiro looked at the two with a perplexed expression. Hold on, there's something I really have to ask about now. What is it? It's just... You guys were both trying to seriously kill each other at the amusement park, weren't you? How were you able to stay friends after that? Oh, we weren't friends to begin with, silly Sojiro. It was certainly a rude question to ask, was it? But it was also an obvious thing to ask. Coco and Alice looked at each other as though they thought of an answer. The they? Without Y? I don't like this translation. They stare at each other for about 2 seconds. It happens, I guess. Yeah, this thing happens. Giri giri. They do? Though their friendship was surprisingly light-hearted, it also seemed to be forged from bonds harder than steel. Yay, are we done? We're still not done. Wasn't like a little tiny book, why is it so long? The long and extended tea party was just started to get going when Sejiro had to leave. He didn't really want to since he was enjoying himself, but he couldn't miss his part-time job. It's rare for us to talk 2 hours like this. You were unusually chatty today, Alice. I had to be. Shizuki kept asking you questions and you keep putting them off onto me. I don't understand why he's so concerned with what we do all day anyway. I don't know, I think it's actually a helpful conversation. Huh? Sejiro was carrying something down the hallway, ignoring Naoko's surprise. It was a large whiteboard, much like the one in the student council room. On the shiny new board was written, chores list, mention cleaning, iPhone East Wing only, breakfast, dinner, cleaning the bath. I knew there had to be some reason you were asking so many questions. Right. If you want to correct something, you need to first find out what's broken, right? Well, based on tonight's conversation, you both had at least 1 hour of free time a day. Since all 3 of us share the kitchen, I think it's best if we assign a rotation. You both need to help out when you can. Sejiro was clearly proud of his attempt at making things better around here. Wait, just a second. Didn't I just make it clear that I'm just letting you live here and don't have any intention to help with things like this? You did, yes, but if you can ask me to make dinner for you while I'm cooking for myself, then it's only fair that you reciprocate, he's right. Plus, all 3 of us bitching, I think we can eat better food in general. This got her, yes. Sejiro words pierced Alice's heart. She knew she was asking him to make dinner for her on many occasions. It was a carefully planned attack designed to make her repent for her sins, and she knew it. Even so, do we really need an entire whiteboard? We always manage without writing any chores down before. Alice nodded her agreement. Nobody says that. There was nothing less reliable in the world than a verbal promise. That's true. Even if they didn't say so, Sejiro could tell by their look on their faces that they intended to skip out on whatever task they were assigned to do. No way. If you want things to be done right, then everyone needs to know their responsibilities. If you write it down like this, then nobody will have an excuse to forget. He's right, he's so right. I couldn't love this scene. I could recall his new development. She couldn't tell if Sejiro was just being nice, or if he was saying he wouldn't tolerate any slackers. I can't believe you making us sign off on the specific responsibilities like this. Alice was absolutely terrified at the prospect of daily chores. So that settles it. Tomorrow we'll figure out who to assign to which tasks. I know this is going to be difficult for you two, so I'll take on the majority of tasks myself for the time being. And with that, Sejiro left. The 2 girls left behind could only sit and stare, stunned at the shiny new whiteboard. He even bought the whiteboard! Come on! This is like a dog biting the hand that feeds it. I never knew he was so brazen. I knew it. I knew it from the moment I met you. It was so annoying. But now it was too late. They'd already been caught in the trap. Just this morning, Aoko had received a portion of the salad Sejiro prepared. She knew it would be wrong for her to wear the idea of them all helping each other out. Come on! The concept of dividing up specific chores made perfect sense to Aoko after all. Even so, she wanted to be able to tip the ratio of chores in her favor, at least sometimes. Aoko, I already know what you're thinking. I'm sure you do, because I'm pretty sure we're both making the same thinking. Aoko sighed as she grabbed the whiteboard. She was going to hang it up in the kitchen so they could all see it. Alice was still staring at the whiteboard blankly. I just hope he doesn't add any new chores to the list. She could come to regret even saying those words. Nice. Is this the end of the scene? Yes. Oh, what? What is this? What is this lonely chapter? Ooh, do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? Do you want to skip this one for now? Oh, a white one. Okay, let's do this one. The Wonderful World of Ploys. Nice. Puroi. What is a familiar? The wonderful world of Ploys. Native humans who know nothing of magic or incantation, high school firsties in blue sweaters trying to make it big, only to be one up by the superior hearing. Good evening, it's time for my new series of lectures where I tell you all about the most esoteric of topics in the most esoteric of ways. This is like Shinchan type of art style, right? I am your host, the grade 3+1. What the fuck does that mean? Robin the Crook. I've invited my angel mom's here tonight to act as your teacher. I mean, we are here in a room after all. She wouldn't come down to the studio, so decided to bring the camera up to her. I'm thinking outside the cage, as they say. Ooh, the pun. If the guests won't turn up of your own volition, why not shoot the show in your lovely chambers? Can we just get started already? I'm going to finish this and get out of here as soon as possible. Oh, you're embarrassing me! You put me in the right 2 and 8. In a 10? In the right 10? What is this about? Why? Naze? Oh well, I took it as I want to finish this nonsense so I can have some quality private time with you instead. Horny bird? Human language sure is a deep blue tit. Honestly, I barely have any grasp of what anyone is ever trying to say. Yeah, me too, he's so right. Quite. I actually agree with you for once. Do you use assets? Ah, I never put so much trust in makeup. I'm not sure I can bear the piece of 8. 8? Won't that have just make me quake? What is the familiar? Robin. Ah, right. So this is the lesson I'll be discussing the most basic of basics when it comes to familiars. I promise they'll be the bright and breezy for you newbies from Majory. Majory? That's why it's the wonderful world of ploys after all. So tell us, Miss Alice, what exactly are familiars? Explain it for someone who's never seen or ever heard of such thing. Okay, so familiars are like some sort of robots that the mage controls. Magecraft has always been a practice that requires mages to hole up inside their workshop for extended period of study. We need an entity we can trust to collect materials, keep watch on the outside world, and eliminate outside threats for us. Basically like a pawn, or they different from a disciple? They're different in many ways. A master passes down wisdom to a disciple in hopes that one day the disciple will succeed them. It is in fact the disciple's duty to surpass their master, and the master would not accept the disciple they did not feel was capable of achieving that. Conversely, familiars are only capable of their abilities that are imbued with the time of their creation. You can't pass down any skills of wisdom to an entire entity that never grows. I see. Guess that's why I never seem to learn anything new, no matter how many years pass. Put another way, I've been perfect since birth. Yeah, perfectly useless. Many familiar are created by using a small animal as a base. It's because many familiars require magical energy from their mage owner to operate. The larger the familiar, the more magical energy is required. Small animals are convenient because they don't require much magical energy to create, and once they're made, they can subsist on their own. Do they kill animals, do you think? Or do they like take a real animal and brainwash it? I don't know which one is worse. I mean, they're gonna live in the end, so subsist. I'm not hunted for anything in me life. I don't need protein or fiber or nothing like that. Right, ploys are different from other living creatures. Anyway, the point is, familiars are like servants or pets to mages. It's common to use animals like cats, birds, or mice as familiars. Oh, it's her. Miss Alice, what about this dangerous-looking creature? What category could they be in? This is an automaton designed specifically to use in combat. It's really more sentinel than familiar, to be honest. Automata are a special case, entirely separate from the concept of familiar. Intelligent familiars who can get along with humans like yourself are also a special case. That's they're a waste of energy, just too expensive to make. It would be faster for a mage to do most of the tasks on her own, and she can make a familiar with cheaper materials. It's a case of ends not really justifying means, eh? So from what you're saying, it seems familiar is always less powerful than their mage. Always living in the shadow of the rings, eh? What a bunch of useless freeloaders. A very short side of you, as usual, Robin. Sometimes I can't believe you're one of my familiars. Miss Alice, why must your words excite, yet your expression be fright? It rhymed? Even if they have only 1/10 of power of their mage, it's actually quite easy to create a familiar that is stronger than the master. Maybe next time I'll try embedding a derringer in your stomach or something. Huh? You won't be able to laugh or cry or fly anymore, but you can at least scare the stuffling out of anyone that crosses us, that's for sure. Oh, Robin the Fire Clockbeard, this is so chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. Look, I'll be urge? What's the word? Huge hit this Christmas. I'm talking about Cap Gun, just so you're aware. Maybe that's a better idea though, on popping you out of my hair forever. Hey, come on, now you're just being mean. Anyway, I think you pretty much covered the basics. A familiar is like a robot that protects its mage creator, and its abilities are entirely up to the mage that makes it. A lot of questions, and none of these questions are answered by this completely sidetracked, useless part of Lordom. Pretty annoying. So wait, I know you're a top-class mage, Alice, but what would happen if someone like Alchemy had a familiar? Would it just blow itself up immediately or something? What a ridiculous hypothesis. Alco doesn't even have the capabilities to begin creating a familiar yet. She can only destroy things, remember? If she gave up her lone skill to a familiar, she would lose her entire reason to even exist. Never want to mince your words, Angel Mom. Alco has no reason to use a familiar for combat. Conversely, I can't fight at all, so... makes 18 pence. Alco is strong all by herself, you surround yourself with strong allies. This is not chess, but okay. It's shaggy, right? Right, this is like a general. This is a gold. What the fuck is the first one? Right, if you to compare it to the chest, Alco would be a strong piece that could stand on its own like a queen. I, on the other hand, utilize many pieces, but I myself only have one strength of a pawn. Oh yes, I see. I forgot just how weak and out of shape you are. You can only barely dog paddle to swim, can't do a single push-up, and can't ride a bicycle, and spend gym class sitting around doing mostly nothing. But that's fine, you're right, Robin Hood, huh? And if we get down the brass tacks, it's always telling you, my angel mom, you're far too beautiful to exert yourself. We're done. Please let me out. You're incredibly vile. Do you know that? I'll have you know, I can jog short distances. Nice. Jobless. Sponsored Type Moon. Thank you, Type Moon. I do not enjoy those. Let's learn Ploy Keksha. Misaki something and like kindergarten. How do you say kindergarten? Something and the last kanji is kanji for a park, I think, or something like this. Hello here, relieved of this daily guard duties, a blue shadow descends upon the garden. When all said and done, the birds has landed with aplomb. I'm here to get started with another lecture on a special occasion requested by Miss Alice herself. As you can see, it's nothing special, just an ordinary gardening. How garden? Now, where could that Alice be? I've been waiting for you, Robin. You do realize a part of this lecture series too. Oh, I can hear you, but I don't see you anywhere. What kind of trick are you planning to pull? Where the heck are you, Alice? I'm right here. Wonderful wide world of place. Why is she dressed like this? Huh? Forget it. Oh, aren't you going to speak, Robin? Yeah, I'm here to bubble and speak. Squeak. I'm just a little startled, all seen as all... Didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary. That's my Angel Alice, she is. You always scrub up real nice. Like a right proper lady. What are we talking about? Anyway, quick question. What exactly are you doing here and why? I just thought it would be a good idea to change things up a bit. It goes against my aesthetic to keep using the same props and setting every time. This isn't some kind of dojo. So that's why you moved the lecture here. I see. I got me an earring. Aoka's surprisingly big spender. I prefer a dress rather than smoke, though. I think it makes you look like a goddess. She dressed like a kindergartner. Can we chill with this? Not saying the smoke is bad, but it's all about image. How powerful would this butcher's hoop be if it were in a painting? That kind of thing. So you have a painting of a forest and a bird and some children. If the impact of a kid is too strong, you lose the focus of the bird. Oh no. I forgot I was in the middle of making some sweets. And I'm being ignored. So, Miss Alice, what is it you do all day anyway? Oh, because the student council president, so Juro's got his work. Do you just mind the old rat and mouse? I do exactly what you see here. I spend my free times making ploys. Whoa, you're just like a witch in those old fairy tales. I don't know you made ploys in Cauldron. And what's with the smell? Chocolate? Wait a tick, the ploy is made of sweets? Robin, you're a ploy yourself. Are you telling me that you don't know what ploy is made of? Maybe you're just a regular bird after all. Hey, look, I don't know anything about that sort. Pretty sure I know how ploy works though, because... Let's learn ploy Kiksha. Of course, a lovely Alice here will give a gloss deeper in the housemaid's knees and broader than the skies above, right? What more can I add to the explanation in the main story? We're done here. Class dismissed. You're really trying to kill this segment, aren't you? Got any better ideas? Nah, I at least wanted to give you a brief overview or something. Wouldn't want us to look worse than the dojo. I suppose I do want to avoid this. Alright, fine. Ploy Kiksha. I'll talk a little bit about how ploy Kikshas are made, but that's all I'm gonna discuss today, got it? Ploy Kiksha? That's just how you pronounce it. The K sounds most entirely silent. Kiksha? Kiksha? But Kiksha is what the Europeans call an insignificant children's toy or trinket. Europeans? Question mark? You mean British? Oh, I knew that. I have also heard it used in the bed. Ploys are similar. I don't get it. Ploys are similar in that here in Japan we use them to play pretend wars and simulate combat. They're a kind of children education tool. Ploy is also another word for strategy or battle plan, and in Scotland it has, well, another meaning. That's one not important. Ploy? The first recorded use of ploy was in 1722, meaning anything with which one amuses oneself, in Scottish and Northern English dialects. What is she? Okay. So basically just threw a bottle of glue into words to make ploy Kiksha then. Did you whip up this bit of word salad, Miss Alice? It's a new kind of magecraft passed down to me from my mother. We never registered it with the Mage Association to earn royalties from it or anything cheap like that. I guess even if you didn't, you'd still be the only one who could actually use it. By the means there's blood, I suppose. Robin, have you understood a thing I said so far? Hmm? Sorry, I forgot what I was chipping about. I'm more sure of the part that I'm of the future is all. Who exactly are you referring to when you say mainster? Goodness, Mom. Your mother, of course. People call her pure-blooded witch. Though she always was a bit of a bandwagoner. Your mom, always chasing the latest trends. A big fan of Lewis Carroll. The witch traditional take the ploy passed down to... How old is she? Excuse me? Takes the ploy passed down to them and fine-tunes it to her own needs. Since your mom fancied Carol, so that's how I came about. Then she broke the rules and had you. She decided to name you Alice, of all things. I still remember the big old grin on her face. I think I've heard enough. She was always a child at heart, that woman. You're the one to talk. Whenever the boy comes to the gate so wrong, you always perk right up. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, they say. Damn. Let's make the topic of our next lecture Plot Kickshot, a tutorial. Robin, make a reservation at the usual place, will you? Then when you finished with that, double boil this chocolate. After that, polish the mirror. And then fly yourself into the telephone pole and die, maybe? So the usual routine. Gotcha, you're so hard on me today, Miss Alice. This is how I always am. It's just too lazy to deal with it all in the main story, that's all. Too lazy to deal with what? Too lazy to waste my precious calories. Blabbering, you stupid fuck like you, for one thing. Do you think you're really worth my time? Well, pluck me bold. Here I was thinking people gave a comment about me, but if this was the case, I wouldn't mind if you give me a lick or something. I bet you wouldn't. If only I didn't know you so much, you'd leave for good. Are we done? We didn't learn anything. Oof, the one knockout right at the bell. So the ploys are made of sweets or not? Sweets? Sponsor. Nice. Thank God. Okay, one more. Honmono no Hikari. Honmono no Hikari? No matter how busy one is, any person living within human means is certain to have at least some free time. Before or after eating, for example. It's difficult to eliminate the time requested to prepare a meal at the time after one finishes eating. It's particularly the case for those who do a lot of thinking. Since the body needs to use energy to digest after eating, there is less valuable for the brain to use. Uh-oh, Nike mentioned that brand was named after the Greek goddess Nike, right? I guess it represents winning in sports, and she was the goddess of victory. You got a lot of feeling in your head about these brands, Misako. Don't you know where you put it all? The studious resident of the mansion was now taking refuge on the sofa, looking exhausted. Oko was talking to the robin perched on the table. Why is Robin here? Can we kill him? The blue bird flapped its wings, doing its best to join in on the after dinner conversation. Alice was reading in the sunroom. Discussion of how to deal with the encroaching enemy mage wouldn't start for at least another 30 minutes. So you think that other one is some play on Adios? It's just a name, isn't it? What? It's like the Grimm fairy tales, where they just used the name of the brothers who came up with it for the brand name. The brothers Grimm didn't make up those fairy tales. They're collected of folk tales passed down by oral tradition. The brothers who wrote and carefully compiled them into proper stories. They're more like scholars than craftsmen in that sense. In some sense, kind of like conmen. Well, what about Andersen, The Little Mermaid, and Thumbelina, and super famous? Oh, and Ugly Duckling. I love Ugly Duckling. I personally like Emperor's New Clothes. Me and got a lot of common. Andersen was more of a writer than scholar. His creativity is said to have been inspired by everything from the elite and wealthy, the common people and what makes them happy, to a resentment of a female image. Nice. He didn't write from intellectual curiosity, but rather from his own emotions. I hate to explain it this way, but if Mother Goose is a song, the Brother Grimm tell a story, Anderson is more like a fable or an allegory. Some of their stories are now cartoons. Anyway, Oko. Thanks, Robin. Anyway, Oko, you know the Dicky? You know the Dicky bird behind the Japanese sportswear name? I heard this once from a friend of mine in elementary school, so I don't know if it's true or not. They were formed from a merger of 3 separate companies, so the name comes from the Japanese word for food, ashi, and the number 6. And number 6, since those CEOs would have 6 feet done together. That's probably just a myth. Oh. Alice had dropped her book on the floor of the sound room and was biting her lip. She was clearly trying to feign calm and to breathe as if nothing had happened. She thought she was going to do a convincing job of it. I really don't understand her sense of humor or why she thinks that was so funny. Maybe it wasn't funny at all and she all marbles and clock. Can a bird shut up? It kind of pisses me off. Maybe it wasn't funny at all. Please shut up. Maybe it wasn't funny at all and she all marbles and conquers about how unfunny it was. I mean, Alice usually smiles, even when she's angry. I've seen it. Whatever, I huffed into her diary to have a look at it. That's always the look she's giving. She's like, look at that again, and I'll kill you. But I can't help it when I read it. If you take my curiosity away from me, I got nothing left. Kill the bird. Robin felt compelled to give a counter-argument for some reason. Oko let out a sigh as Alice sympathized with her over the difficult familiar. Oh my god. I'm home. Oh, you're both here today. It was at the time that the teacher termed, Sujiro, wash your hands. He must have gotten home from his part-time job. Welcome back. Oko warm welcome was quite the opposite from the faint response from the sunroom. I already ate dinner, so I don't need anything to eat tonight. I'm gonna go take a nap before my night job. Sujiro still gave Alice a wave as he left. The dull thud of something dropping was heard as he entered the hallway. Hey, you dropped something. Oko picked out from the sofa to yell for Sujiro. Ah, it's been in my pocket this whole time. Sujiro calmly and naturally walked back to pick up what looked to be some kind of envelope. Perhaps it was instinct, but the human eye was drawn to motion, and if it was something one had no personal interest in. Oko keenly followed Sujiro's hand with your eyes. A wad of cash! She had to restrain herself from shouting her thoughts out loud as she leaped from the sofa. What's wrong, Ozaki? That's, Oko found it difficult to come up with a proper response to the pure, innocent eyes staring back at her. She was ashamed at how she was jumped up at the enticing sight of so much money. It's nothing. I just forgot that today was a payday. You're earning a lot more than I thought. He disappeared. There was an awkward pause before Sujiro smiled and returned back to his room. Oko sat back down on the sofa, still feeling a bit awkward. This was what set it all off. It began a series of events that the Robin would later name the Dosh Affair. Okay, quiet. Nothing to say? What's gonna happen? It was the next day, around the same time as the previous day's incident. Oko was coming to pour some tea and relax when she heard Sujiro and Robin engaged in some kind of debate in the drawing room. What they mean is that you should try to be kind in some way every time you meet someone. Then when the day ends, you need to take time to reflect on what that kindness had brought you. Even if it's just kind words, it might mean a lot to someone and could bring great and unexpected happiness your way. So that's why you give me some beef jerky? Are you sure that wasn't just a bribe? I can see right through you, lad. The Juror's serious demeanor was more like a consultation or a proposal than it was idle chatter. Well, I guess he's just being a weirdo like normal. Ako decided to ignore what was going on in the drawing room and head straight for the sunroom. There, she saw Sujuro's coat on a chair. Sujuro, you just left your coat here. Take this to the coat rack in the drawing room, or back to your... She stopped herself mid-sentence. She could see the same kind of envelope that Sujuro had dropped on the ground yesterday inside his coat pocket. And it was even thicker than the one she saw the day before. Where is this going? She wouldn't allow herself to make a spectacle about it like she did yesterday. She reminded herself that she was a model student and student council president. Anyway, it's time for some tea. Feigning disinterest, she listened in on the conversation going in the drawing room. Sujiro was still in deep conversation with Robin. Perhaps he hadn't heard her calls. Everyone feels lonely in the city. Acts of kindness, even if they look like they're done for selfish reasons at first, can do real good in the long run. I see, and it doesn't cost a thing to be kind to people. I'm trying to help people as much as I can now. True, though they say nothing in life is truly free. So which one is it then, a wise one? Nako was so intent on the eavesdropping, she'd completely forgotten that she'd come to pour a cup of tea. There was no way she could ignore such a suspicious conversation. Well, let me put it this way. If you want to be happy, you must first be hated. People shouldn't care if they call the scam artist, for example. They just need to realize that what they're doing is for the good of others. The joy you give the others will cancel out the sense of guilt you might feel. Okay, this is full-on slice of life episode. What are we doing? I've heard something like that, but what you're saying is different. I could agree with the Robin in this case. She was referring to the words of the famous interpreter. Shut up, Oko. If we want to find happiness, let's stop thinking about gratitude or ingratitude and give for the inner joy of giving. That was the actual quote. In other words, it's actually surprising how much random quotes you can memorize and how none of them are ever relevant to anything that happens in you with your life. And I know, I remember a bunch of random bullshit. That's good that I'm a streamer, so I can randomly use this crap, but in real life, in writing, I don't know about that. In other words, people should not save up their wealth, instead they're bound to administer it to help their company prosper. I know that one too, but you got it all dodgy this time. Yoko was becoming upset with how much she was agreeing with Robin at this point. This was a quote from even more famous entrepreneur, whatever. Surplus wealth is a sacred trust which its possession is bound to administer in his lifetime for the good of the community. Meow. This was how that one was supposed to go. The only thing you can trust in life is money. Even if you're married with children, it's not like they're always going to be by your side. They could die in an unfortunate accident and leave you behind. Money is different. You can't buy happiness, but happiness can bring you wealth. They say... What the fuck is he talking about? They say that as long as you have the kindness of others and a warm bed to sleep in, you don't need anything else. What about a wife? Whether he's talking about... it's not like him at all. Though his words were a bit strange and worrisome, Oka couldn't spend much time worrying about it. She didn't have the capacity to worry about anyone else right now. Her battle was with an enemy mage. She was always lurking beneath the surface. This isn't any of my business anyway. Alka shrugged it off and turned her attention away from the drawing room. She told herself she would forget about all this commotion by tomorrow anyway. What is going on? This is a tricky setup. What's gonna happen? I'm home. Hi, cuties. Sejiro was back from his job with a smile on his face again today. Work truly was its own reward. His mood was infectious, and Naoko smiled back while relaxing on the sofa. Hey, welcome home. Take a load off. You've been working since noon today, haven't you? I'll go make something for What? Her smile suddenly turned frigid. Hmm? What's wrong, Naozaki? You look like you just heard one of Kinami's jokes. Don't play dumb with me. I can't keep quiet about this any longer. Empty your pocket, right now. Sachiro reached and pulled out the content of his pocket without knowing why he was being scolded. He placed the now all too familiar brown envelope on the table. It was far too thick to be any normal envelope. Bright and enticing, it was imbued with an enchanting aura all on its own. There was nothing else it could be than a stack of cash. Well, what do we have here? Alice innocently asked Sejiro. She was a bit... You're rich. You are rich. Why are you like this? She was a bit dazzled at the sight, but there was no mistaking it for an illusion. It's my pay for my part-time job. Well, isn't it nice? Look like dinner is on you tomorrow then. The two remained calm despite the abnormally large wad of cash before them. That being said, the one with the most common sense in the house finally had to speak up. No, you're lying, Sejiro! You kneel right here and explain to me what's going on. She knew more than anyone how serious this was. Hmm? Explain what? I mean... What's going on? Does she think that's a new envelope every time? This is the same envelope in which he puts all his money and he carries it around as a loser. This is crazy job, right? Explain where you got this money. What the hell are you doing to earn this kind of cash? There is no way it's anything illegal. It really is fine. A new job I got, at least not legal. And if I do it properly, it's not dangerous at all. It pays better than a convenience store. It's easy though enough that even I can handle it without a problem. Unbelievable. Aoko was just about dizzy with rage at this point. At least not illegal. That's like when an obviously drunk person tries to contend that they are indeed quite the contrary. Didn't Sejiro was employed illegally a couple of times, so he might have been referring to that? Use your brain. What kind of part-time job pays out more and more money exponentially every day? It's his savings, no? Tell us exactly what you're doing. You've been scammed. You have to be. Sejiro kept his mouth shut. He didn't seem far too threatened by Aoko's reprimands. Sorry, I can't. Not even to you. It's not really something I'm supposed to talk about, but please don't worry. It's honestly something that helps people. I've only met a person who recommended me for the job once, and I'm always paid in cash. You bumpkin! Oh, it sounds suspicious as hell. Aoko stamped her foot in frustration. But who could blame you after hearing the standards lines for a scam? It's a new job, the pay is good and anyone can do it, and I'm not supposed to talk about it. Despite all that, Sujiro was still refusing to spill the beans. They hadn't known each other for long, but Aoko was well aware of Sujiro's personality. Steadfast explained him well. Once he made a decision, nothing could make him change his mind about it. At times like this, it was near impossible to get him to talk. You really are making this difficult. Aoko backed off, realizing it would be a challenge to get him to say anything at this point. Sujiro couldn't figure out what was upsetting her. Meow. Why are you so mad? Aoko decided to give up on getting anything useful out of him. There's just no job in the world like this. It's too good to be true. You agree? Right, Alice? I'm suppose. I'm not sure what Aoko is trying to say, but I think you can do more, Shizuki. So Alice contributed absolutely nothing useful. My girl. Aoko collapsed onto the sofa. Naozaki? It's fine. I know you don't want to talk about it. And when it comes down to it, you're just a roommate. There is no point in me trying to tell you what to do with your life. Aoko shooed Sujiro away with her hand. Unfortunately, she wasn't going to be able to sit here and stew like she wanted to. She couldn't just ignore the problem like Alice. He's clearly being scammed. In the end, it's going to affect me too if I don't do something about it. She needs to be bold and make him quit this new job of his immediately. It was what true friends would do, and it was also her duty as a student council president. However, Aoko started to think otherwise. Rose and Claire conscious were important, sure, but for a student living solely off their parents' generosity, that kind of money was hard to pass up. Right. Aoko, you have nothing to do with those money. With this money. Come on. What are you talking about? So even if I do get them... What is she talking about? She has no place to speak at all. So even if I do get him to quit the job, it would be a total waste for him to give up all the money up. Yes, I have to approach this from a different angle. The wicked scheming student council president sank deeper into the sofa. Your ability to play things by ear and your miserly nature of both your strongest and weakest points. Damn. The next day, noon. The phone's back. Oko waited until her roommates were gone, then picked up the phone in the foyer. Hey, Tobimaru? Sujiro got himself into something recently. Does anything ring a bell? Ooh, the scheming. The sound of a first train leaving the station could be heard far off in the distance. This was the time of morning when the town has decided if it felt like waking up or not. Tobimaru Tsukiji was having a walk down the city streets at sunrise, enjoying the fresh, crisp morning air. This town really is beautiful when it isn't swarming with people. The crowds had become a common complaint of Tobimaru's. To him, the taki, over-decorated street corners were the embodiment of human desire. At this time of day, the streets were nothing like the circus tent of activity they usually were. The main street was completely empty. It was like a lonely, tranquil morning after the festival. Very men in black were busy cleaning up and restoring order in the bars after the previous night's revelry. Around the back entrance of a local restaurant, the kitchen crew were busy bringing in daily ingredients while stiffing back tired yawns. Birds carelessly wandered the streets. Birds, you say? There wasn't even the sound of a single car engine to be heard. This was a uniquely refreshing sensation that could only be felt from a city morning. It existed somewhere between daily life and exciting entertainment. This was the only time of day when the bustling modern world stepped aside for the slower, more nostalgic pace. Ooh, the coat! Tobimaru in the coat! Okay, Tobimaru searched through his coat pockets, but only found some old receipts? Probably. He arranged the scarf around his neck to keep the cold wind at bay. Button up your coat! Meandering through the city streets, he ended up at the Central Park just in the morning. Magic began to fade. His stroll had no particular purpose. It wasn't for his health or anything like that. He was merely making his way home after a night out in the town. What the hell am I even doing? Tobimaru had a moment of unabashed self-reflection as he drank a can of vending machine coffee. He didn't particularly hate partying all night long, but it was pretty boring since he still wasn't old enough to drink alcohol. He'd been at it for a few days now, thinking it was the least better than being at home, but he was quickly growing bored of it. I suppose it's only natural for relatives to get together at New Year's, though. He grinned wryly at his own lame excuse. It was true that he was out wasting time like this because he didn't really have a place to go home to at the moment. The Tsukiji family always had a congregation of relatives over on New Year's Day, as per his grandfather's orders. This was why his siblings and other relatives had been staying over at the Tsukiji house for a few days now. If Tobimaru was there, it just provided fuel to the fire. He decided to avoid the family drama and not go home while everyone was there. They just greet him with insults anyway, and if someone tried to start a fight, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist the bait. It would only cause even more resentment and trouble for his father, so for Tobimaru there was nothing more pointless or as enticing than getting involved in his siblings' squabbles over the inheritance. He lives his full Minako life, okay. Tobimaru Tsukiji was the fifth-born son, to the Tsukiji family, which owned multiple plots of land in Misaki City. However, most of that land has been acquired after the war. Oh my god, Uminako! Before that, they had been a minor noble family on the blink of ruin. He really is living his best Minaka life. The man who built the Tsukiji family into his current glory was Kimikuni Tsukiji, Tobimaru's grandfather and the current patriarch. And he loved to close himself up in his study and yell, "Beatrice, Beatrice." Kimikuni married into a struggling Tsukiji family and saved them after they lost all their power during the war. The Tsukiji clan were a local Shinto clergy and relied upon Kimikuni's financial assets. Kimikuni, on the other hand, had leveraged clan connection to establish himself in Misaki City. While both parties came together for mutual gain, the Tsukiji family failed to recognize just how ambitious Kumikuni was when they accepted him into the family. He wasn't the obedient son-in-law they had imagined. He had grand plans on his own, growing and developing industries within Misaki City and many other areas as well. Kumikuni controlled all of these areas not as a member of the Tsukiji family, but under his own name. A castle's greatest defense was its moat, not the walls, and Kumikuni bridged the moat. It was the economic equivalent of starving out the enemy. Kumikuni's financial might subdued the noble Tsukiji family completely. In less than 10 years, there was no one in the family who could stand up against him. This businessman, accepted into the family as a mere son-in-law, had seized the Tsukiji name and the entirety of the family fortune. However, Kumikuni had fathered many children. He would not allow the Tsukiji bloodline to die out. That was also the only way to maintain the family fortune. His 3 sons, 1 daughter, all married relatives of the 3 sons, 1 daughter, you say? Oh. Okay, not the close, but close enough. Close enough, welcome back, Kuminako. All married relatives to the Tsukiji family, thus straightening the familiar bonds that Kumikuni had weakened. Do not sing any weekend song. Tomura was the 5th son of Hitoyoshi Tsukiji, Kumikuni's elder son. However, his mother was not a member of a family. Tomura was a result of a fling with a mistress. That ignoble birth defied his place in the family. He was his father's love child, although the family dignity was somehow maintained since he was the son of Hitoyoshi. It wasn't difficult to imagine the level of mistreatment Tobimaru faced from his siblings and other relatives. This is so cringe. Being raised in such a hostile environment made Tobimaru grow up far faster than he should have. His ability to think quickly and objectively was owned naturally within this challenging environment. Meow. However, those exact traits also brought Tobimaru a great deal of trouble. Kimikuni Tsukiji. Unfortunately, against all odds, the greatest leader of Tsukiji family favored Tobimaru over everyone else, including his own eldest son. Since Kumikuni had been a commoner himself, he did not believe in blood inheritance alone based. To make matters worse, not a single coin from his great fortune had been given to any of his sons yet. The most lonesome thing in the world is the blood of a Tsukiji family. I never would have had any if I could have helped it. Those words were spoken at every family gathering, and they were the absolute truth. Welcome back, Kinzo. He'd taken a liking to Tobimaru after speaking with him at this annual family gathering and enjoyed playing chess with him at the spare time ever since. Everyone in the family was worried Kumikuni would name Tobimaru his successor. In this way, Tobimaru had gone from being worthless to a threat in the eyes of Kumikuni's sons. The son who felt the most fear and hatred was Tobimaru's own father. Hideyoshi, who would have been the unquestionable heir as the eldest son. And this was how Tobimaru became estranged from his father. They no longer even lived in the same house. Hideyoshi always acted like they had a great father-son relationship in front of Kumikuni, but that would only last until his father was no longer around, or until Tobimaru was officially named the heir. When that happened, it would be all-out war. In any case, it would not be a pleasant story. Grandpa really has a hard time reading between the lines sometimes. Tobimaru scratched his head in frustration. He really wasn't all that worried, though. In public, it looked like they had a good father-son relationship. In private, they were in the midst of bitter inheritance dispute. Things had always been that way, even before he met Kumikuni. The only difference was that his sole protector, his father, was now his mortal enemy. Nice. It happens. Tobimaru had always been at odds with his family. His father was just one more enemy to add to this pile. Staying out all night like this was Tobimaru's way of avoiding his family. If he was home, he knew they would try to gauge his feelings. Gauge? That's also an American word. Sorry. However, they wouldn't openly attack him now. Even the relatives who looked down on him and his siblings who had bullied him as a child, the worst they would do was make snide remarks. Tobimaru was, at his core, a peaceful person who preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Petty revenge or even stepping up to Kumikumi's expectation weren't in his to-do list. His father's worries were unfounded, his relatives were getting riled up for no reason, and Tobimaru had no intentions of stepping out of his role as a prodigal son. However, his siblings who were around the same age as him held a different kind of resentment. Perhaps they felt guilty for tormenting him all those years. Perhaps it was the result of their roles being reversed. He's going to get back at us one day. They lived in such fear of this that they didn't dare ignore Tobimaru. I'm not good at dealing with all this talking behind my back. If they just confronted me like Aozaki, it might at least be interesting. His family problems were simply a chore. They never really worried him much. He was used to human malice, although he nearly died from a physical abuse of his siblings. What? Even though someone had once tried to kill him with true murderous intent, even though he had been exposed to how the elite, untouchable class of society treated others by his eldest brother. It was all such a pain in the ass. These were all events that would change a person's outlook on life, but he always remained cool-headed. That was just how things were for Tobimaru. He had grown bored of his relatives getting worked up over everything. I guess everyone is different. I do sympathize with my dad. You'd have to be tough to be the son of that old man. Tobimaru honestly could not care less about who would be the next heir. He had no clear plans for the future yet. His only real goal was to wash his hands of his family and start fresh when he became an adult. Until then, everything that happened was a life experience. He continued his morning walk, thinking it was better to enjoy the nightlife now while he was still young. Oh? Someone was already sitting on the bench when Tobimaru entered the plaza. The crows gathered there flew off at his approach. The bench stood a girl dressed in black. Alice is here? A well-dressed old man with a cane sat with her. These were familiar faces, so he approached the bench to say hello. Oh, this guy! The old man and the girl looked as if they were grandfather and granddaughter. This guy's face looked as if it was drawn on top of a 3D model head. He seemed like kind of an old man spending time with his grandchild. However, the truth was... Alice, I still don't understand what went wrong. We provided every service we could think of. We always thank our employees and greet visitors with a smile. But the times weren't favored me. What's worse, my art was outright rejected. I'll never forgive them. Those media vultures can die for all I care. How dare they call them nightmarish creatures? Why? They only wish they could dream up such mascots. But they gave them a mouse that walks on two legs and they fawn over it. If you really think about it, a rodent that owns a dog as a pet? Mickey? That's a nightmare. How can an animal keep another animal as a pet? If anything, an animal should keep a human as a pet, don't you think? Whoa, chill. Otto's barely disguised fetish? Actually, this poor young woman was getting an earful from this old man. After his arbus, he paused for a moment. I'm sorry, I forgot myself. He scolded himself and hung his head. Just answer me, Alice. What's so wrong with my kitsy? Horns. You should have given it horns. Alice? The girl is black returned, the old man's sullen bone with a grim answer of her own. No, horns won't do. A kid could get injured or something like this. I don't want to harm them physically, just mentally. Sorry, what is this voice? I'm sorry. The girl nodded deeply, thinking over the implication of what this old man has just said. Anyway, Tomimaro didn't really want to get involved, but he was already so close. If he passed by without saying anything, the old man would certainly make a fuss. Good morning. Isn't it a bit early for so much regret, Mr. Tokitsu? Seems about time you passed it onto a better place and stopped worrying your kids. Well, if it isn't Tsukiji's bratty black ship. Morning, Toby. You're up early as usual. I'm just heading home after being out at night. I don't have a healthy lifestyle like you two. Damn. And good morning to you too, Kyoji no Ojo-san. The girl looked up calmly at Tobimaru's greeting. Damn, this is a weird one. It was none other than a witch of a hill, Alice Kuonji. How long has it been since we really talked? Maybe it was all that party 2 years ago? Well, it's rare to see you out like this. That's not true. I walk to this park this time of morning quite often, actually. That's kind of surprising. I always thought of you as a kind of shadow. As proof, I can say I've seen you walking around here looking like a mess on many occasions. Whatever you do is your business, just try not to cause any trouble for Aoko. Thank you for the words of caution. I will do my best. Despite their casual greeting, Tomimaro and Alice rarely interacted, though their fathers were acquainted. This is really nice. My boy Sujiro is a real MVP. Is he? Hey chat, how you doing? There's nobody that time. Despite their casual greeting, Tomimaro and Alice rarely interacted, though their fathers were acquainted. This is an interesting dynamic, even though the stories and spheres of influence of the two families were very different. Though the Shukijis had held sway in Misaki City, the Koenjis influenced the whole of Japan. Normally, someone like Tomimaro would not be in the same social circus as Alice. The only reason they could interact like this at all was because they were both friends with Aoka Ozaki. Oh. I didn't realize you and Alice were friends, Toby. Toby? Toby? Wait a second. You're not dating, are you? Don't tell me. If it's true, I'll die of the heart attack right here and now. You'll be the murderer and Alice would be your weapon. Be sure to write it down as my cause of death. Oh, say it isn't so. Say it so. The heartless love shall be the cause of my demise. So tell me again, why a girl like you hanging out with a pathetic old man? Is it the same reason I do? Because of your father? He's my pen pal. What? He has more antiques than he can handle, so Oko and I are taking some off his hands. Despite this being one of the only times that really talked, Tomimaro and Alice both managed to completely ignore the old man. Oh, Alice, even the way you hide your embarrassment is charming. By the way, you can call me Julich. Julich? Julich? Mr. Tekitsu gently took Alice's hand. Alice's face remained neutral, like a doll's. Toki. Toby, this is crazy. Toki, I'm looking for a nice painted teacup, something from the 90s, maybe from Dresden? I have just the thing. I'll be sure to bring it out for you next time you come by. Was that terrifying friend of yours? He responded to her request like an obedient marionette. You know, I'm surprised you haven't ruined yourself looking for love in all the wrong places, old man. You see... This old man was none other than Yurihiko... Oh, Tokitsu! He was famous in Yashinogi as the former head of a Tokitsu baking company with factories all across Japan. He still served as an advisor. Okay. What are you calling old? An artist is only old with his own sensibility. My fire hasn't burned out yet. I'm so young. I'm almost stifling. I might look forward to passionate chats with a young woman. Once you get my age, you stop giving a damn about keeping up appearance. Talking to girls is what gives meaning to life. He's so right. So wait, are you young or old? Oh, sleep of a tone. Forget the last bit. What I'm trying to say here is that there is nothing quite like having a nice time with a young woman. Damn. I'm sure we can at least agree on that, can we, Toby? I've seen people reading this fan. It's okay. Don't lock me up with you. I like older women. I definitely don't have a thing for girls who are less than half my age. I can tell you that much. I should hope not. That'd be quite a crime, excuse me. You're only 17. I don't even want to think about what age you'd be talking about. Mr. Takitsu nodded his heart in self-affirmation. He chose to ignore Tobimaru's off-color remarks. Tobimaru was reluctantly impressed by with this man's magnanimity in the end, okay? At any rate, I just wanted to say good morning. I'll get out of your hair now. Sorry to interrupt your fun. Oh, don't be like this, Toby. Fate has led you here. Relax and spend some time with us. Why don't you go and stay at my villa for a bit? We could take a helicopter. It'd be fun. Whoa. I'll pass, but thanks for the invitation. If anyone I know sees me, they'll think I'm even more of a spoiled rich kid. I feel like avoiding that right now. Tobimaru's choice of words made his present situation clear to Mr. Takitsu, and he reluctantly backed off. Such intuitive understanding made it obvious how this man had expanded the Takitsu Baking Company nationwide. He had divined Tobimaru's complicated family situation in an instant. Tell Mika I said hello and that I should retire and make up with his kids soon, will ya? I'm sure he'll follow with deaf ears, but okay. See you around, Miss Koonji. I'll make sure to say hello next time I see you around in the morning. His silence neither encouraged nor discouraged us. Tobimaru shrugged and left the plaza. Everybody knows everybody, that's crazy. We should take a break. It's 2 hours. I'm kinda tired. I kinda wanna see what's gonna happen. How is this connected to the Sujuro situation? Anyway, 5 minutes, BRB. Thumbs up. Hello, I'm back. Just found out a person who I felt like an artist, who I felt very good at some point, but then became disillusioned about, just died. That's pretty crazy. Processing some weird emotions right now. Sorry. Have you read Tsukihime? I did read Tsukihime. Not only have I read it, I streamed it, but I read the original and not the remake. I'm interested in reading the remake when they finish it. When they put all the roots in. I'm quite interested how they gonna... How they're gonna do it. Oh! Is New Tsukihime... Does New Tsukihime has... Is this Serogia? Tsukihime. I misspelled it. Tsukihime. No? Is it not called Tsukihime? Hold on. Oh. I see Fate. I don't see Tsukihime. A second. Oh yeah, a lot of new characters. Only recruit and sell routes in a newer side. Yeah, I heard about it. Am I silly? Is Tsukihime not on Steam? It should be on Steam, right? Is it only on Switch? I doubt it. I also want to read the far side. I'm quite interested. How are they gonna remake insane routes like Akina's route or whatever his name is? Is there no Tsukihime on PC? Am I crazy? PS4 and Steam and that's it? PS4, Windows to be added. No? Really? Huh? I thought it's out. Tsukihime Remake PC? PS4? Whoa, okay. Quite upsetting. Hopefully the translation can be better than the translation of this one of mahoyo. Okay, well. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Okay, well, that's that. Yeah, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4. Whoa, they hate. They hate accessibility. What's the problem? Just put it on Steam, man. Come on. Oh well. I guess we're gonna read fucking Fate before this. What is this publisher? Oh, it's Aniplex. Okay. Yep. The detour is over. I think we'll have PS4 to read the remake. Ooh. Well, I think they can emulate it from Switch, maybe? And I'll just wait for it to get on Steam. It's fine. Oh, maybe they wanna make it so the second part is out and they're gonna put 2 parts on Steam? They walked leisurely away from the park and came to an area of the city that was under redevelopment. There was a radio tower under construction there that the Tsukiji family had in hand, but most of the capital for that project was funded by foreign firms. Nice. We're looking 10 years in the future with this radio tower. Did he say Dempa Tower? Many advancements will be made in the fields of mobile communications. We want to bring out technology to Misaki City ahead of the rest. The man from the foreign firm shook on the deal with Tobimaru's father, Hideyoshi. Eventually, I want my daughter to live here in Misaki City. I hope that she and your son can get to know each other better that day comes. He was a handsome man who had the calm command of a leader. The fact that he had offered up his daughter to Tobimaru showed that he had respected the Tsukiji family's heritage issue well. When are you gonna realize you're getting played, Dad? It's so obvious. And I'm not interested in blondes anyway. Tobimaru states that woman is so specific. She can take his skunkly money-grabbing hands elsewhere. I pass. Damn. Tobimaru stopped in his track after these muttered complaints. Meow. He decided to stomp himself before he said anything worse. He'd walked far enough already anyway. The sun was completely up now. There was nothing more to gain from wandering mindlessly. I guess I should head back. He turned his back to the radio tower and began heading home. 1 hour later. Young master, you have a phone call. Tobimaru had returned to the Tsukiji residence. He took the phone from the housemaid. Hey, Tobimaru? Sujiro's gotten himself into something recently. Does anything ring a bell? Aoka Ozaki was on the line. That was never a good sign. Damn, all this, and they haven't even talked? Okay, so yeah, that's how much I know about it. Jeez, everything about that is as suspicious as it gets. Sujiro seemed caught up in a strange part-time job. I'll wait for you in the Central Park to talk about it. 10 minutes had passed since he had received this call from Aoko and returned to the park. Is Alice here? Tobimaru felt the light migraine coming on after hearing about the situation. The young girl and the old man from before was nowhere to be seen. Thank you for addressing it. Well, you don't have to tell me that. I'm not trying to be judgmental about what someone does for work, but it just doesn't seem right. He hasn't told you anything about this? Sorry, but I haven't heard anything. He's super secretive about his job. He said he can't talk to anyone about it or something. What the hell is he doing? Yes, he's always so tight-lipped about anything that involves other people. He's not going to talk easily, you know? I guess he must be pretty loyal, even if you think that about him. What is this supposed to mean? I'm not implying anything, I'm just saying. You get mad about pretty much everything. If you're watching his back outside of school, you must really like him. Not really, it's just that if he causes any problem, we're going to take the heat for it as a student council. This is just risk aversion, plain and simple. Oh, okay, so you're just doing your duty. That's right. Any problem with that? No, I respect it actually. You're the perfect student council president. I mean, it's not even a school day, and you're out here just to make sure our school reputation is upheld. You really didn't have to say it like that. No, I suppose you're right. Uncle Glary seemed to suggest that she wasn't interested in hearing any objections. This little bluff was rather charming to Domimaru, who was well aware of Sejuro and Naoko's current living situation. At any rate, I guess it's my duty as vice president to tag along with this investigation then. You continue investigating Sejuro for the reputation of our school, of course. I'll provide support however I can, and will watch out with Sejuro as his friend. Tomaru said he would do as Oko asked, but for some reason she did not seem satisfied. Now that it's all settled, let's get started. You should at least know where he's working, right? What's the address? I tried to tell him and find out actually, but I got nowhere. All I know is that he turned and walked towards 2nd Street from the train station. The vice president was used to this. What do you mean? About her taking things too far? He didn't bother saying anything about her going so far as to tail Sejuro. 2nd Street, huh? There's just a bunch of pachinko parlors and arcades around here. I can't think of anywhere that'd be paying him tens of thousands of yen a day. I know, right? I mean, if I knew a place like this, I'd be inclined to work there myself. I just want to make sure, but the only place you can gamble in Misaki City is a pachinko parlor, right? Yeah, and he already left it, so, According to my dad, there are no gambling sports that violate the entertainment business act in town. He said the owner of pachinko parlor is an agreeable sort who seemed happy sticking to his current business. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure. Cut to Tobimaru's face. This just makes this whole thing even more mysterious. I can't think of any way other than gambling that you can make money that quickly. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, nothing except maybe selling his body. Maybe people are paying him for a night. Huh? There was a slight delay in Naoko's reaction. It took her a few seconds to register what he was saying, but her jaw dropped. Wait, selling his body? Are you serious? Oh, chill out. I mean, there's a model or something. Nah, I heard they make pretty good money. Ah, yeah, I heard this too. And art school kids are usually pretty rich. Maybe that's all it is. It's not so bad, are they? I mean, he would be nude, of course. So he is getting naked for money. It's for the art, Oko! Without any real information to go on, the conversation was quickly diverging farther from the topic at hand. None of you thinking about, like, him getting in some pyramid scheme or something? Maybe he orchestrates a pyramid scheme without knowing the location or type of work. There really wasn't much to talk about. Let's try to trail him again tomorrow. I'll be harder to lose him if there's just two of us. Yeah, you're right. We don't have any other clues at the moment, so let's just pick this up tomorrow. All we know is he's making lots of money, and that's not really... Tomorrow furrowed his brows. It seemed he had thought of something. His expression turned more dire by the second. What's wrong, Tobimaru? Did you remember something? Kind of. I just remembered that other idiot who's been making a lot of cash recently. Since about 3 days ago. Oh, and you didn't make the connection first? He's been flaunting a lot of money and going to all of these expensive mixer parties. And he's in the same class as Sejuro. There were a few seconds of silence. Oko nodded. She had put two and two together. I know who you're talking about. The two immediately left the park and go find the suspect. What's happening? You know I can turn down an invite, even if I'm in the middle of studying. I'm here to party, guys. Suspect Yes, apprehend with ease. Was apprehend with ease. Ako and Pimaro were both in the student council, so they knew their targets would be at a school for remedial lessons. Pimaro got a girl in Kinomi's class to tell him he had some good news to share outside. Kinomi took the bait and kept running down the school's gate as fast as he could. Okay. Hey, sorry to call you out when you're trying to study. No worries, I was actually just using school as an excuse to skip my job, but then that was boring too, so I was just having a nap in the nurse's office. Damn. Then that's when I got a call from you, so I'm all ready to party. What's going on? Kinoma gave a double thumbs up to show that he was really ready to have some fun. I thought that you'd be out and about, so I'm glad I caught you. I heard you've been holed up in the arcade for the past few days. Yeah, I was there giving out free games and stuff, which is fun, but not so much once you run out of cash. Plus, I'm not really interested in becoming friends with punks from other schools, and it's all guys in there. Why don't girls like hanging out in arcades? Anyway, it's all in the past. No point talking about dough that's already spent. Easy come, easy go. Let's focus on the now. You're rich, right? You feel like taking a broke guy like me out in town today, or what? Sure, but first the bigwig here has a few questions for you. Huh? Hello there, Kinomi. Do you mind telling me a little about all this money you came into recently? Kinomi's expression went blank. If anyone could sniff out danger, it was him, and it stank like his impending doom. Well, you see, I really need to go back to studying, so is it really okay if I head back? Of course, once you answer all of my questions. We don't have much time either, so I hope you'll confess quickly. So again, tell me about this money you recently came into. I know you're making out 20,000 yen a month from your part-time job. I don't think that's quite enough to live like a king for 3 days. It seems the next logical question would be to ask if he had begun a life of crime. Why is this even any of your business? You're treating me like a criminal. I don't have anything to confess. This isn't fair. What's going on? Nothing yet. We just heard about some students who recently came into a significant amount of money, and we're looking into it. A job that pays tens of thousands of yen a day is very tempting to a broke student, but we haven't heard of any such jobs reported to the school. It's our job as a student council to be load of bullshit, to be on the lookout for any danger to our students, that's all. Nice face. Anka was still smiling as she inched close to Kinomi. She had never spoken to him this nicely after what had done at the entrance ceremony. That alone was enough to make him think he was in big trouble. Really? I haven't heard anything about anything like that. Fuck. And my case is different. I was just using money I saved up. It's just before Christmas, so I thought I'd go a bit wild with my spending. It's sort of cleansing of the spirit, you know? Isn't this time of the year usually when people are trying to save money? No, Tsuchichi, let's be more sensitive. That being said, I hate to point this out, but it's obvious that Kinomi here has no date for Christmas Eve. It would be a shame if a word of that get around school. Who gives a fuck, but sure? I totally have a date, seriously. Also, you're the one being insensitive here. Oh, really? Then I guess you have some money saved up for your big Christmas Eve date then. Of course I do. Extra income and savings are two separate things. Look, my dad is super strict about watching my bank statement. He'd yell at me the moment I saw anything odd, thinking I was doing something bad, and my sister searches my room so I can't hide anything here. They even found the porn mugs I hid in the ceiling. If they found out an envelope full of cash, they'd take me down to the police station, so I used the money right away. Kinomi laughed awkwardly, as if he was ashamed. He wasn't even aware of just how much he had let slip. Oh, extra income. That's not what you said earlier. No, I mean, it's a bonus from my part-time job. They just give me an extra 5,000 yen. Just a little, it's nothing crazy. You just said envelope, my guy. So why were you talking about an envelope full of cash? Damn, he's so dumb. I'm taking myself into a hole here. Are you trying to entrap me or something? You're getting a little close, you're kinda scaring me. Also, are you wearing boots? You know, this feels oddly familiar. Kinomi backed away slowly. Kinomi, do I have to remind you that we're running short on time here? I don't want to get physical with you. Threats of a kick in the face from Oko was enough to show him that she was serious. Violence. Okay, I'll talk. Yes, I'm making extra income from a new part-time job. I got a bonus for introducing Shizuki to them, that's all. What did you just say? If Kinomiya really was working at the same part-time job as Sujiro, she wanted to get as much information for him as she could. This was the exact response she had wanted from Kinomiya, if not better. But she felt dizzy from the implications. So get a bonus for getting other people to join? That sounds like... It was the oldest trick in the book for pyramid schemes and other unscrupulous business practices. It's not what you think. Shizuki said he was looking to make some extra money, so I told him about this kinda shady job. This went back all the way before the final exams. Kinami told Jiro about the job he'd heard of from an older student. Since the job required a kind, honest young man, Kinami reluctantly gave up on it for himself and instead passed it on to a friend he thought fit the description. What is this? I can't believe you did that to someone you consider a friend. You yourself knew it sounded shady. What were you thinking? Why wouldn't I pass something like this on to a friend? Dude needed help, so I tried to help him. Plus, we both profited. Well, yeah, but then you also have to do your due diligence first before you tell them about something like that. It's way too much effort for a guy like me. I don't think you understand how friendship between guys works. You realize we all dumb, right? The fuck? I do start to believe that the more I look at you, honestly. Who do you hang out with him, Tobimaru? Okay, that's enough. You can lecture him later. I'll take at least a full day to reform someone so dance with him. Hey, come on. Give me a little credit last. I can reform in a day. I'll probably forget everything when I sleep on it though. Hey, at least you're self-aware. It's easier than talking to someone who doesn't realize they're an idiot. There's not many people who realize that comparison is not for other people's benefit as at such a young age. There is not many people who realize that compassion is not for other people's benefit at such a young age. That makes sense. I guess you can see how you two would get along then. Wait, huh? Are you both trying to pick on me? I thought you were praising me just now. We're not praising you. Definitely not. Thought so. Okay, where are they going? What's going on? Please don't be a pyramid scheme, please. With Kinami leading the way, Aoko and Tobimaru arrived at the part-time job in question. They moved past the new entertainment district in front of the station and into a seedy part of 2nd Street. Aoko pointed to where she had lost Sujiro and she was following her. Ooh! It was right around here. So, Kinami, where is this place? Pachinko. Just over there. On Mono no Hikari. Kinami pointed at a 4-story office building. The entrance was on the other side of a 1st floor. At first glance, it looked no different from an apartment complex. The hallway of a 1st floor continued around to the back of a building. The stairs were located at the beginning of the hallway and were... hold on, water. The stairs were located at the beginning of the hallway and were the first thing you saw after entering. Let's go into that back alley. Ooh! Yoko hurried off to the back alley where they were not likely to be seen. 3 students snuck out like a sore thumb in the entertainment district like this. So, what goes on in there? You said it was an office, but what's the work like? This is Yakuza's side quest. Huh? You're asking me? That's literally all I know. I just heard about the job from the student. I don't know the details. I brought Sujiro here, they gave me the money, and that's it. Their top suspect just admitted he knew no further detail. Kazuki Kinami co-defendant, or perhaps who they thought may have been the main culprit, was really no more than an annoying witness. Well, this is no good. I can't believe you're this irresponsible, Kinami. Have you ever seen the westerns? Do you know what they do with informants who are no longer useful? I don't really watch many movies, honestly. Oh, Sailor Suit and Machine Gun mentioned! Yo! I like the movie. It's very boring, but it's good. It's a nice movie. It's a nice movie for one time. I don't like the remake that they did with that idol girl. I don't like the way she was singing the song. Well, it's not her voice. It's more like the way, the direction what they went with the song. And this song is really good. They also sing it in karaoke in Lucky Star. Sorry. You know, by the end of Lucky Star, they sing a bunch of karaoke's, and this song is one of those. I really like it. Good song. I too sing it karaoke. Anyway, fuck. I have seen Sailor Suit and Machine Gun though, mostly because I think the lead actress is hot. He's right. Oh, that's too bad. You should at least watch for a few dollars more sometimes. I think the format in the film meets an untimely demise, by the way. For a few dollars more. Oh, it's this one with Clint Eastwood. I only watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I didn't watch anything else from the classic Western Clint Eastwood movies. Wait, so he's starring in it? He didn't actually make this movie. I never saw a movie that Clint Eastwood made, right? And isn't he making a bunch of movies? Actor, director, 45 movies. Juror number 2. What the fuck? Oh, Mystic River. Oh. Sorry. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. American Sinners. Tasteful of dollar. A few dollars more. Oh, it's like a trilogy, right? Dirty Harry. That's Harry. Nice. Yep. Okay, sorry. Clint Eastwood. Sidetrack. The informant in that film meets an untimely demise, by the way. Of course, good way. Good taste in movies. Are you serious? Your Highness, you need to put a collar in it, girl. She's like a wild dog over there. Sorry, man, but you mixed it up. She puts the colors on people, not the opposite way. Tsukiji? Why are you making that face? Do you know something about that building? This is bad. They're a fraudulent sales company that just came in town. They're a complete racket. Was sad to hear that the truth was as bad as she thought. Kinami seemed confused as usual. Fuck Kinami. Are you sure about that? Definitely, my dad heard it from his secretary. She wouldn't lie. They front as a kind of new religion, but they're actually selling down quilts. Quilts? They target the elderly and sell them these super low quality quilts at extremely marked up prices. There is a lesser office? Leased? As lease? Okay, so after they made their money here for a month or so, they're probably planning on skipping town. Sujiro must certainly be scammed. He's a perfect target for a group like that. Jimaru slumped his shoulders in defeat. Ako, however, was already in full-on battle mode. I'll put the stop of this, and then I'm going to strain you up on the school's flagpole, Kinami. What? You mean you're going to hang me? That's murder, you know. Wait a second, Naozaki. Something's not right here. Sujiro had awards of cash, right? That's how... Then how is he being scammed? You're right. I got so caught up with Kinami that I forgot about the money. So, does it mean... Right. If he was being scammed, he'd be the one losing money. But he's making money. I love this. This is so funny. I hope it isn't true, but maybe Sujiro's the one doing the scamming. No. Can't believe it. Do you really think he'd join a group of scammers? Are you kidding me? Who in the right mind would be duped by Shizuki? He couldn't lie his way out of paper bag. There is no way he's out here scheming. Yeah, but maybe he doesn't realize what he's doing is scamming people. He probably really believes he's selling a good product. It makes sense. His pure innocence is probably just the old folks like to see in a salesman. Maybe he'll give me a cut of his profits next time I see him. I'll... Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson later after all. Fuck. So what do we do with Nobimaru? Do we wait it out and gather more information? If he's really involved, we could be arrested for fraud. Though he's still a minor at least. If he's just an employee, he probably won't get any kind of real sentence. I guess it all depends on what his contract said when they hired him. Contract? Yeah, that's true. He might already be a member of the group by now. Oko looked a lot more cool-headed now. Nobimaru had been serving with her on the student council for over a year. He knew exactly what she was thinking at a time like this. If he signed a contract, it's going to be hard to get him out of it. Even if he wants to leave, it's legally binding. How far do you want to go with this? We have to at least stop their business. If they want to say they're free to practice their beliefs, they'll have to go worship elsewhere. Okay, she has this confidence about everything because she literally knows magic and she has the power. But how the fuck does it seem to Nobimaru? Why is Nobimaru like, oh yeah, we can definitely do it. We're in the high school, but yeah, we can stop it. We can stop this freaking bureaucratic organization. Like, what is he doing? What is he talking about? This is crazy. Can somebody say it to them? This is crazy. Like, Kinomi is in the scene. Can Kinomi be like a voice of reason here and be like, oh, I mean, you're scary guys and you're pretty, tough at school, but this is not school. This is real life. What are we doing? I could tell by the look on your face you weren't messing around. What do we do about Sujiro then? Get him to quit first? Of course, this isn't only his problem anymore. The fact that they're trying to rescue our students makes it our problem too. We have to take them down. Shut up, Aoko. Regardless of Shizuki's involvement. Fine, but they won't go down without a fight. They're technically a legal business, just like predatory loan services. The police can only give them a warning, and if they disrupt their business, they'll try to sue us for damages. We shouldn't rush into this. I know. First we need to find out more about the company, who the president is, and how many employees they have. We also need to look for possible victims. Then we can... Ryoko suddenly stopped talking in the middle of your detailed plan. What's wrong? Oh, Nobimaru noticed right away what Aoko has spotted. Aoko was looking at the crowd in the street. A familiar young man wearing a coat was walking through the lively second street. He walked confidently up to the office building and disappeared inside. He hadn't seemed to notice the worried trio watching him and with the shadows. The young man, clearly Sujiro Shizuki, had just started his shift, still oblivious to the severity of the situation he was in. That little... Aoko was shaking with rage. Calm down. I know how you feel, but he doesn't realize what he's doing. Oh, I just can't stand this. Aoko raised her heads up in a fury and clenched her fists. She was no longer her usual calm and collected self. Better character writing than persona. This was the student council president who ruled with an iron fist. Well, maybe the same type of bullshit around somewhere. This was the student council president who ruled with an iron fist. Yeah, I just remembered that she's a student council president and she tries to fucking fuck up a business. What is she talking about? No fucking way in hell she has so much legal binding power that she can use. I don't believe it. The way the student council president who ruled with an iron fist, fueled by her own righteous indignation. Nobimaru, call up Mino and tell him we want 20 of the most intimidating guys from his team here immediately. Tell them to gear up because we might have a fight on our hands. Oko darted out in the main street as she barked her orders. She looked like an esteemed general charging into battle against the enemy shutdown. Mino? You mean the captain of a cheer squad? Also 20 guys? What the hell are you planning on doing? What do you think? We got crops come skulls. We won't get anywhere trying to make this into legal battle. Any organization that's grooming students into committing crimes on their behalf will only answer to physical force. She's kind of based, okay? I mean, what is this light of truth garbage on their side? Through Honmana no Hikari. They can't just come into our town and sell their dirty down quilts. What is quilt? I'm sorry, can we Google word quilt? Meow, Control A. Quilt. A blanket? Okay, cool. Like a piece of fabric is this what quilt is? Really? Okay. And sell the dingy down quilts to our unsuspecting citizen. Fuck. Okay, just calm down. What happened to our peaceful plan just a minute ago? Only the police are allowed to use violence against criminals. Come back here. Hey. What was that for? We are doing this precisely because you said the police can't do much. If you have a problem with this, can come up with a better plan. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, it's just telling you to calm down for a minute. I haven't had time to think of an alternative plan, even if I wanted to. What were you thinking of earlier? You said something about going through the legal system. You know what I'm getting at. While we investigate the company, we should also help victims of scam come together. The reason why this company is targeting the elderly is likely because they're out of touch with the times. If we can help them understand this issue, they'll be able to work together. This sounds great. The victim will be able to do more of the work together as a group rather than individuals. Then what? If we assume there was no kind of contract involved, we just try and get their money back? Yeah, but it's probably going to be impossible. They almost definitely will have a contract? It's annoying, but if they sign something, we can overrun that. All we can do now is try and stop the damages from getting worse. Cancel loans, cancel memberships, and get as much money back as we can. There should be a cooling off period for the down quilts, so some might be able to get a refund. That sounds like a plan. Let's go with that. There is no need for you to become a bad guy here. Let's try to solve this peaceful and within the law. That's true, but it's easy for you to say that since you weren't one of the victims, for those who were scammed, that money is lost forever. That's true. Yeah, but it's not your job to worry about that. We should get in touch with Kumari. She was raised into a shopping district and should know the best way to go about things. Kojika? I hate to get her involved in this, but we don't have much of a choice. I hate you guys. You were... Okay, I'll get in touch with her. I still need you to call up Mina. Huh? Why do we still need the cheer-up squad with this plan? They're good for more than just intimidation. They can help support the victims when we find them. No, Mina's team looks scary, but they're all good at heart, right? Once we make sure there's a cooling off period for those contracts, they can take care of paperwork for them. It's not a bad idea, is it? That those idiots won't know what to do when 20 big, strong guys come and demanding refunds. All Kanto and Maro both nodded in agreement. Kinomi had been completely left to the wayside in this whole discussion. Hey, so what's a cooling off period? I've never heard of it. It's a cost that allows you to return an item you purchased and get a refund for a full amount paid at the time of purchase. It was officially put in practice in Japan about 8 years ago. You really haven't heard of it? Oh, did you know that you cannot refund some stuff in Japan at all? Like, they don't accept refunds usually? This is very weird. The law doesn't make them do a refund. No, never. How is this any different from a normal return? Well, it's the same, but it's just legally protected. In the light of truth... If the light of truth wants to use the law to their advantage, then we can do the same. Here, sorry, hold on. The elderly victims probably don't know think about it either, so that's why we're going to fight for them. In reality, only a very narrow range of products were applicable for the satisfaction period law, and it was currently unclear if those handled by the Light of Truth fell under that umbrella. It was not applicable under this law. Oka would have think of another plan. However, not 30 minutes later, that worry would vanish. They got the chance to examine an actual quilt sold by the Light of Truth. Once Aoko has the established plan, she will not waver from it. They had made a cafe with a view of the office building, their command center, and after they got together others from the student council for backup, their one-day blitz tactic plan began. I want this over with quickly. You two, take care of all the communications. Let's get this done today. Tomorrow signed all the truths of trying to complete everything in a day's time. Kinomi, on the other hand, wondered why he had been dragged into it. in to help. Though Tobimaru had gotten Aoko to abandon the idea of a physical fight, Aoko knew that the contact plan would be difficult to pull off and continued to research other options. There were many conditions that needed to be met for this plan to actually work. The major issue was the amount of time elapsed from the time of purchase. For consumable goods, the time limit for legal return was 8 days. If there were 30 or so victims, this would probably only be applicable for 1 or 2 of them. If that was the case, they needed to look for some other consumer protection besides the satisfaction clause. Wait, really? If items of low value are sold at an unfair price, the contract may be invalidated as profiteering. However, this must be founded in public order and morality. Does this generally always favor the seller? The courts can't punish solely on the basis of suspicion. Would be at the disadvantage if this came to extended argument. What the fuck, is she a lawyer now? It was a difficult situation. They wouldn't be able to stand up to an experienced group of scam artists with their limited knowledge of the law. They need to fight fire with fire. On the other case, a scam with a scam. So basically, we scammed them out of the same amount of money they scammed out of the victims. To do that, they need more intel. What is this? Aoko was studying the materials they collected for something they could use. What are we doing? Oh! Cute girl in the cute clothes. Thanks for waiting, everyone. I've got the addresses of 10 additional candidates and one of the actual quilts sold. Thank you. You really get things done fast when you put your mind to it. Where the fuck did she get this info? Aoko took the list to victim from the Standing Council Secretary, Koji Kakumari, and immediately contacted Tobimaru on his pager. Pager? Though pagers could only receive short messages like "call me," they were a powerful means of communication in an age where people relied on public telephones. Tomorrow called the cafe to give Aoko an update and hear about the list of newly discovered victims. You got all the victims together? Let Aoyama handle the proceedings. If you can get some business card made up to throw them off, that'd be helpful too. What the fuck are we doing? Remember that fake organization we made up for school festival? What is your track record, Aoko? What is this? You still didn't pull that phone number on the cards. This is insanity. We can have Mr. Yamashiro feel the calls. The victims' adversary group was currently just over 10 members. The group's aim was to help the victims of a scam get their money back and remove themselves from the light of truth. Some of the victims had not even realized they'd been scammed, so with some explanation, about 10 more members were added. It helps that it was polite, young, well-dressed students who were giving them this information. The elderly generally seem more accepting of anyone who was around the age of their grandchildren. We've done a good job getting this far. We got our goal 20 people in no time. You laid out all the conditions clearly, which made it easy for us. We looked for anyone over the age of 60 who lived alone and was not a member of their local neighborhood association. We just did exactly what the salespeople from the Light of Truth did. Our work was just getting started, though. It's still going to be all we can do to make a complaint against their... Aozaki? What's with the weird smile all of a sudden? Aoko looked up at being called out by her friend. Oh, I just found something very interesting is all. We may be fighting an uphill battle, but this may change the tides in our favor. Look, here, at this tag. Aoko showed the prog that it is a quilt. It is like a blanket. Huh. There on the tag looked like Japanese Industrial Standards logo. The Japanese Industrial Standards help maintain the quality of industrial products in Japan. Produced within mark were required to be produced in accordance with the Industrial Standardization Law. What are we doing? Huh? JLS? Where is S? I see L. I see J. Okay, I do see GLS. Okay. Yep. This actually makes the contract work in our favor. I thought we were dealing with professionals, but it turns out they're actually a group of amateurs. What the fuck, Aoko? If we do this right, we could get all the money back to the victims. It's going to feel so good to pull the scammers in their place. What is this side story? What are we doing? Aoko took a seat, still grinning from ear to ear. Oh my god, look at this, look at the pacing of the story. We never actually really went off the... Okay, whatever. You know what? Fuck me. She didn't ring to be Mara's pager. Instead, she dialed a different number on the red phone while humming to herself. Aoko heard the familiar ringtone through the receiver. Aozaki, I thought you were calling Tsukichi. You need to tell him about the change of plans. I will, after this. Right now I have to figure out who put in charge of the negotiation. I don't think that Mimaro myself could do such an important role justice. Even if we have the advantage for now, we still an evenly matched battle. Are we? They could completely turn the tables on us in the discussion, so we need someone ruthless to represent us. I thought it was going to be you. No, for me it was neat that I dealt with some kind of social standing. Don't worry, I actually know the perfect person for the job. What? Let's just say you need a scammer to scam a scammer. Who's she gonna call? I know someone whose side job is to win arguments against people in town. I doubt she has anything going on today, so I thought she might put her to work. Anything who goes up against her is guaranteed to have a mental breakdown in an hour, no matter what kind of scam they're running. Oko kept the phone receiver at her ear. She delivered this cutting remark. Oko in the Scooby Gang. The ringing phone had long since gone silent. Hello? I don't think I want to assume anything, but we were talking about me this whole time, Oko? An eloquent woman's voice could be heard from the phone's earpiece. Oko innocently said her greetings and smiled like a hunter who had just gotten their prey to take the bait. The fuck? You know, I've always thought this about you, but you really don't have enough respect for your elders, Oko. Huh? Tomorrow Kinomi had returned from their tasks and stood here wide-eyed. The person Oko had invited to the cafe looked so out of place that it was a shock to everyone. Thank you so much for coming, Yuika-san. Pretty much told you all the details over the phone, but is there anything else you want me to go over? That's okay. I received full report about Lights of Truth from Ritsuka. I do not require any lectures from you on the matter. Well, aren't we in a mood? That's perfect though. Take this attitude to them. When you're in the zone, you glare a lot as usually is enough to make anyone faint. Glare? Whoa, seriously? Isn't this lady a nun in the church? I actually really looked up to her. Oh crap, no, it's not the time. Hi, my name's Kosuke Kinomi. Zaki and I aren't really friends. Kinomi was clearly trying to ear points by showing that he also was not that friend with Oko. Sister Yuka gave him an angelic smile back. Well, hello here. I'm indeed his sister at Ida Church. My name is Yuka Suse. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hosuke-san. Ah, this is crazy. She really is a nun. I can't believe you had something this amazing up your sleeve this whole time, Aoko. Wait. But what are you going to have to do? I mean, it's fine with just having her around in general. I think we can imagine. We all can imagine. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sister Yuka. My name is Tomimaru Tsukiji, Student Council Vice President. Tomimaru didn't look well. Perhaps he had figured out where this course of event was headed. The GLC label was indeed illegal. This discovery made Aoko realize how they could get the victims' money back and run the Lights of Truth out of the town completely. Sister Yuka was her solution. I thought the plan was to let the evidence do the talking, and if they don't want to be sued, get them to settle out of court, they pay back the money and get out of town, but this is something else. She doesn't want to just kick them out of town, she wants to fleece them for all they got. Huh? How can she even do this? I mean, I know she's beautiful, but does a nun really have this kind of power? It's not because she's a nun. It's just the ball of Yuika has it around here. Anyway, here's the signatures of everyone in the advocacy group. The cheer team is also helping. Do you want to take some of them? If things get too heated, I'm going to be paying to resolve later. Let's just bring 5 to keep the peace. You're also welcome to accompany me if you like, Aoko. Huh? Is Yuka going to talk to them? I thought you were going to do that, Press. No, it's fine. She may not look like it, but she's actually a specialist in this kind of situation. Isn't this right, Yuka-san? Not as much as you, but yes, you could say that. Since that office is indeed operating as a legal business, I'm willing to help. We both will benefit, after all. Sins must not go unpunished. They must feel the pain that they inflicted upon the good people of this town. You certainly live up to your reputation, sister. I'm sure you will. You've been crushing the competition for a long time now. Yeah, well, there's simply no need for two schools of thoughts in a single place. What are they talking about? Though the two continued to antagonize each other, they entered the office building fighting for the same team. The 5 burly members on the cheer team filed in behind them. They had left behind the glum Tobimaro and the completely clueless Kinomi. Can I see the scene inside? I really don't know what's going on, but what is Awasaki trying to get the poor woman to do for her? Oh, you don't even want to know what kind of cruelty Awasaki is capable of inflicting upon your enemies. Once they get the company to terminate everyone's contract based on illegal sales, the two will take legal action against them. That's where Sister Yuka comes in. She's far more qualified than Awasaki, who's just a student. I've heard some less than savory rumors about their church too. This company will be lucky if losing all their funds is the worst that happens. After taking a few deep breaths, Tomimaro also headed towards the office building. You're going in there too? Isn't it a little scary? I'm not going. Are you crazy? I just have some business to attend to. You need to get back to school. I can compensate you for all this later. Don't worry. Don't worry. Accent? Man, you know school's done by now, right? It's almost night. Hey, it was fun though. Oh, you're right. Half the day's gone. Tomorrow waved goodbye and disappeared into the office building. Wait, what? Konami thought it was strange since Tomorrow had just said he wasn't going in there. However, he left as well after hearing a noise that sounded like a glass breaking on the 3rd floor of the office building. A wise man never courts danger, as they say. The discussion ended without any major issues. The inside of the office was mostly untouched. Only the center line desk has been pulverized by Sister Yuika. Things have been resolved peacefully without any bloodshed. The office has been conquered in about an hour, and Naoko was now surveying it. The large desk has gone right through the window, flung through the air with a single swing of Sister Yuika's hand. The sales staff were shaking in the corner like they'd just seen the devil incarnate. Sister Yuika brought in 5 members of a cheer team to seize the office permits and other important documents. Unfortunately, the one thing Naoko was looking for was nowhere to be found. He wasn't working here. Okay. She went to ask the sales staff about quivering in the corner of the room. About 3 hours ago, did you see a harmless-looking teenage boy come in here? I know he hasn't left the building, so he must still be in here somewhere. Everyone shook their heads. No. Nobody had seen a student who fit the description in the office. Oka was looking even more confused at this point. Oh well, she was still happy. She'd done a good deed here today. What was he doing? Tomimaro entered the office building and headed straight down the hallway. He glanced at the stairs in front of him as he walked by, passing several tenants and heading towards the emergency exit at the back of a building. Tomimaro knew the geography of a 2nd Street well. In his memory, what's going on? Why didn't Tomimaro told her? If his memory served him correctly, there was some old one-story houses behind the building that has been around forever. They were old, tin-roofed rental houses that stood against the tides of time. Though overshadowed by the recent trends of 2-story apartments, they were still here, alive and kicking. At the back of the office building, there was a river for processing wastewater. Beyond the river was a fence. There were many one-story houses. Next to the building was the bridge that crossed over to the other side. It was a shortcut only neighborhood locals would know about. This is a pretty intense shortcut. Maps can help you here, that's for sure. As Tomimaro walked towards the bridge, he saw a familiar face exit one of the tin roof houses. The young man was wearing a coat and was without doubt Sujiro Shizuki. See you tomorrow. Sujiro crossed the bridge, while the old woman who resides here saw him off. Huh? Is this you, Tomimaro? Yo, fancy meeting you here, Slick. Slick? The two exchanged glances as they crossed paths on the bridge. Sujiro looked fairly spent. That was all Tomimaro needed to see. Sujiro's new job was a lot harder than working for any scam artists. Pleasing older women? What is this about? They both stopped to talk on a footbridge. You have relatives around here or something? Oh no, I was just keeping the old woman who lives here company. Someone told me about it, and it sounded like something I could do. For some reason, Sujiro readily revealed what he had refused to tell Aoka. Is this okay to be talking about it? So he rips off the poor old woman? Sounds like something you might want to be kept secret. Oh no, it's fine. It's not really anything I need to keep quiet about. I just thought maybe I shouldn't before. You saw me coming out of here, and I actually have been wanting to tell someone about it. I didn't want to complain, but since you asked... Laying on the rail of a bridge, Tomomaru urged him to go on. It turned out that Shiro's story was nothing out of the ordinary. His new part-time job was to be a home helper in one old-story house. This resident was a widow who had been left alone after her son moved off to the city. At first, I was just helping around the house. He spoke with a troubled, slightly regretful smile. Maybe he was ashamed of something he'd done? There was a tinge of darkness behind the wry, tormented smile of his face. Tomomaru found himself surprised at his own thoughts and slapped himself lightly on the cheek. This was the way of punishing himself. He wasn't sure what his imagination was running so wild now. You seem oddly glum though. Oh, I get it. You have problems with the son who left his mom like this, even though she clearly needs help around the house, huh? I wonder. It is an odd story, I think. I don't really mean to blame him. I mean, that's... Sujiro stopped himself mid-sentence. He didn't think the son hated his mother so much as he did the town. He had probably just found somewhere better to live and moved away. Sujiro swallowed those bitter words. At first, I took the full amount as payment, but I thought 100,000 yen was way too much for a job that's only lasts the months. He trailed off, muttered that he really didn't need that much money. The old woman had thanked him for his honesty. That was part of Sujiro's appeal, most likely. It's a matter of days, the old woman put all her trust into Sujiro and treated him like her own grandson. I was honestly happy about that. The problem is, she always saw him off with a smile and asked him to return tomorrow. Every time he left, she gave him a stack of cash in the hope that he wouldn't forget her. Oh, really? That's where you're getting all the money from? Yeah, she says she wants me to be her grandson. She says she can trust me, so she wants me to act like I'm her grandson. Oh, that's crazy. It's hard to believe, but I guess a grandson for hire isn't much different from a housekeeper. No, that's different. She said she doesn't pay helpers because she can't trust them. She says she can only trust money. She seemed to have some quirks about her, probably because she'd been living alone for so long. But at this point, she'd lost all faith in the goodwill of mankind. To her, the bonds of a family were nothing but fantasy. After being cast aside by her own family for so many years, the only thing that remained faithful to her was the money she saved. Over time, this led to her developing a strange complex. For her, the money she scrimped and saved, the last thing she could rely on, was the only way she could convince of keeping someone in her life. That's crazy. She's just hiring help. It's not like she can just buy a grandson. I think she knows that more than anyone. Even if she knows it isn't real, that's just how hard it is for her to trust anyone. What she wants the most in the world is for her grandchildren to visit her, but since that's not happening, she turned to one thing she could trust to make that a reality. She wasn't buying him, though. She just trusted Sujiro from the bottom of her heart and was thanking him the only way she knew how. She didn't realize how that looked from other people's perspective. Well, looks like you got yourself into a really sticky situation again. But hey, try not to worry about it too much. I mean, it's a nice story. She's found something in her life that's even more important than money. It's something to be proud of. Really? I hope so. It was obvious from Sujiro's expression that all this still weighed heavily on him. Come on, cheer up! Knowing you, I bet you haven't spent any of the money she's given you. Are you saving it all up to give back to her when she's inevitably runs out? Is this why you didn't tell Ozaki? Huh? How did you know? It was just a guess. But I know how you are. Tomorrow decided it was best not to tell Sujiro about all the trouble they went through for him today. He knew Olga would only make you regret it later if you did. So, let me tell you the worst thing about all this. The truth is, the old lady doesn't have any grandchildren. Huh? After a few moments of surprise, Tomorrow let out a sigh. Yeah, you only told him that she has a son? Okay. He understood. Being widowed with a son who moved into the city and grandchildren who never visit. That was normal, full and rich life. Sometimes, however, a person's dreams were all that kept them going. The bottom is limitless. For every tragic life there is another, even more tragic than that. You know, sometimes this town catches me off guard. Everyone looks so happy and blessed, but if you look hard enough, you start to see there's not always the case. It's like the entire town is fooling me. Tomorrow leaned over the railing and looked down at the bustling town below. In the end, Sujiro's worries stemmed from his feelings lost in the environment. The one who walked through life alone into old age. Tomorrow's struggle being antagonized by his entire family. Those were both personal matters. Sujiro's problems stemmed from the nebulous entity of the town itself. For every bit of progress made through modernization, there were... For every bit of progress made through modernization, there were also people left in growing misfortune. It didn't matter whether they were equal in wealth or comparison, it was all the same. The larger a town grows, the harder it becomes for the weak to thrive. For a young man who spent his life in the countryside, where everyone helped each other, it was hard to understand. Okay. Sujiro, do you really like it in this town? I honestly don't know yet. What about you? Similar. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't matter either way. Then again, I'm kind of total opposite of you. In town, I can ignore my problems if I want. It's better than a place like this anyway. There's something to this bustle and chaos that you can't discount, even if it doesn't feel hollow at times. Does it feel hollow at times? She can only trust money, then pay them more. Very simple solution. She did, actually. Weird day, understanding empathy, I don't know. Like the best concept, only now, I don't think that's what's going on. I think they're kind of realizing that there's way more horrible stuff going on around them than initially thought, maybe? It's better than here? Not exactly. I just mean that I'd have more options. I'm sure you thought it's this at your part-time jobs, but a town like this never leaves any gaps. Wherever there is an opening, that opening is going to be filled. A city's really well-constructed community, that when you think about it. Someone you never knew a day before might be a neighbor you need to call on the very next day. A street corner that had nothing on it yesterday might have had a new building on it today. Every single day, in a city like this, living through a major surgery in progress, it's seriously impressive that it works as well as it does. Something always makes me think that I'm not just living on my own, I'm able to survive thanks to the accomplishment of people I'll never know about. It's all a bunch of give and take. The fact that it works at all is a feat in and of itself. Just as the mountains are alive, so is the city. Tomorrow didn't seem to like the way that living creatures had manifested itself. Yeah, empathy, like people also have their own problems. I think it's not just empathy. Like, I think the Sujiro was pretty sympathetic to that lady. It's like having... how to say it? It's like you have very little life experience and you only think, oh, am myself the only person who have problems? Without realizing, I don't think it's empathy. I think you can have empathy to like an abstract people, but not really be aware of the people like strictly around you, you know? Like, You can be really sad about the story, but you could not realize realize that sad stuff going on, it was real life with you every day around you. Sorry. Hold on a second. Though it would be funny if it was, whoa, what's this feeling? Caring for other people as other humans with their problems? What? Tomorrow didn't seem to like the way that living creatures had manifested itself. But even still, I see, really respected, huh? I mean, it's a little embarrassing, but yeah. What are they talking about? The city? As someone who was born and raised in the city, Tomorrow was thankful that complete strangers were able to help each other out. Honestly, you're just asking for too much. Nobody likes where they live in the beginning. You can't choose where you were born, after all. They have to learn to like wherever it is you decided to live, not the other way around. Oh, Tomorrow gave Sujiro back a hard slap. It made Sujiro straighten up his posture and snap him out of his slump a bit. Okay, but what if you decide to live somewhere and you just can't like it, no matter how hard you try? If you really don't like it, you can just move somewhere else. Don't be scared to run away from a bad place. You're meant to wander a bit in life. Sujiro was so impressed with Sumimaru's words, he couldn't speak. They gave him a new perspective. It wasn't just the words, don't be scared to run away from a bad place, that had really left a strong impression was Tobimaru's confidence. Confidence? Though he had been born in this town, he spoke freely of abandoning it. I never thought you'd hear you talk about running away. There is nothing wrong with running away if you have somewhere to run to. That's not to say you shouldn't hold on towards like victory and success or fortune and fame. I just think it's easy to feel satisfied if you're always trying to win. Ooh, I don't have the willpower of someone like Kawasaki who can just power through things. I like to keep life light. You think life is better when it's light? I don't really mean lightweight or secure or anything like that. I just want more adventure or, you know. Tomorrow furrowed his brows at his inability to find the proper words. What he wanted was simple. Look, I just want to live a life that I can laugh about. This was how he saw life. Tomorrow tried his best to put into words his thoughts, hoping his friends would find them useful. Like a comedian? Tomorrow's shoulders slumped in disappointment, but even so. Actually, yeah, sure. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that Sujiro wasn't really wrong. There was no end to human desire. The perfect life was an unattainable dream. Dream. The only way to really win was to be able to say with your dying breath that you had truly enjoyed living. Man, I wonder if this is Aozaki's influence. She's the type to take gamble on anything. I bet she loves Bonnie and Clyde. Tomorrow dryly scratched his head. She could. You know, I would have said something like this last year, considering how pessimistic he had been then. Anyway, there is no end if you worry about everyone else's business. Look, the sun's already going down. We've been out here forever. Sorry to keep you. Do you have something else you need to be doing? Nah, maybe I'd just be good and head home. You should get home before it gets totally dark too. If they ask you what you were doing, just be honest. It's not as bad as you think it sounds. Sujiro frowned and fell silent. Aoko will kill him. He still hadn't come in terms with his arrangement with that old woman yet. If he hadn't gone there in the first place, she might not have felt like anything was missing from her life. That feeling of regret was exactly why he wanted to talk to someone. I bet you think you done something cruel to her, don't you? Like you showed her something that she can never have, am I right? Sujiro was stunned into silence. Tobimaru knew exactly what Sujiro regretted. You shouldn't think that you have such power over someone, Sujiro. Listen, if she thinks she messed up your life, then you should do whatever you can to help her. She's stinking rich, right? Then get her to help people with it. There are so many problems in this world she can fix with your money. If you get her to be proud of herself, then you'll have done a good job. It would make me happy at least. But this still doesn't get rid of her suffering. Don't worry about problems you can't solve. Focus on the problems you can help us. If you can convince her to let you give that money back so she can use it to help others and herself, then she won. It will give more meaning to her life than a fake grandson ever could. But if she says she's done enough, then she wants you to have the rest of this is very lonesome. Rest of your money, that means you're one. She'd prefer to think of you as her grandson, and if that's the case, then there is no shame in taking that money from her. I see now. Sujiro clasped his hands together. He was finally able to accept this condition as fair. Hey, thanks for the talk to Bimaru. His smile was no longer bitter. He would do whatever he could to help that old woman choose to assist others in need. Bimaru thought that such unwavering confidence was the sign of true freedom. Don't worry about it. I need it as just as much as you. So I know I have zero context of all of this, but I feel like this conclusion came like 15 minutes too late. It's a bit dragged on. Yes, everything in here. See you after the break. His goodbye wasn't friendliest, but Sujiro didn't mind. He ran home with a big smile on his face. Bimaru's smile was a bit less carefree as he left the footbridge. No, Bimaru, the time was 4:30 in the evening. Night would soon fall over the midwinter landscape. Is it 4:30 in the evening? Really? We're still reading this. Oh my god. We made no progress in the story today. It just was side contact all the way. I'm home. Looks like I'm going to be a cold one tonight again. Oko and Alice were both in the drawing room when he returned. Neither of them had eaten dinner yet. Oko looked displeased. Alice sat uncomfortably on the sofa. Huh? Were you two waiting for me to get home? Alice quietly affirmed his assumption. Oko vehemently denied it. Aozaki, I might be imagining things, but you seem even more worked up than you were last night. Oko has gotten slightly better at reading the room, but he still had difficulty choosing the right words. I'll show you worked up. What was she wanted to say, but she stopped herself. She wasn't actually all that angry with Sujiro, but... Wait, what are you worked up about, Oko? I'm not worked up about anything. If anybody's worked up about something, it's Sujiro. Alice's additional remarks seem to have been the tipping point. Sujiro thought this showed she was indeed worked up about something. You think so? I thought he seemed more normal than usual tonight. Sujiro felt this was pretty offensive too, but he let it slide. Fine, if that's how you want to play it. I was going to wait for you to say something, but I'll just go ahead and ask. Sujiro, have you ever heard of an organization called the Light of Truth? The Aoko side quest was crazy. No, not before now. That's... I didn't think so. Your name wasn't in their records anywhere. How could we have messed up so badly? It wasn't all for naught, but now I've set more bad rumors afloat. Aoko let out an exaggerated sigh and flopped down onto the sofa. Seeing Aoko in this weakened state is an opportunity. I see cheap viewers. I banned cheap viewers? That's nice. Even staring at the same thing in two different lights is a bit weird. Staring how Sujiro feels about the money and then having another character doing I feel like this about the money is just a bit weird. Yeah, they do that a lot. Minako also does it sometimes, actually. I don't know. No, people can write. Is this that hard? I mean, it is kind of hard. But at the very least, I can understand how you can like write a high-minded literature, but you can at least learn how to write like stylistically, right? Right? There's like books about it and shit, and courses. There's whole like university courses or classes. Well, in this specific case, it's that translation is pretty bad. Yet again, it feels morally corrupt to call it bad because it's still readable, right? Sometimes I don't understand the sentence, and it's maybe just me, but overall, it's not good. The style is shit. Maybe then again, we do have to consider its translation. Beat me to it. Yep. Well, even if you're translating, shouldn't you have shouldn't you operate not in a way how sentences constructed in Japanese, but how sentences constructed in English? Doesn't this make more sense? Like, I mean, they doing this, but in a very fucked up and incorrect, in my opinion, way. To be fair, I guess it depends on what margins you're allowed to translate, like how much they do let it change it. I think they don't care. I think in this specific case, it was some third-party translator that did not had like any love for the type moon or their shit or their bullshit, and they did not understand the context of what they were translating. At some point, they didn't understand like any like little nuances of who says what, and the character, like, it feels like they just give it to some third party that was just translating stuff on Fiverr or something, and they got a translation. I mean, you'll be surprised. Haven't you heard all those like different weird stories about what was it recently? I think it was Mugenics that I heard. Mugenics started being really popular in China because they translated it in simplified Chinese, and it was almost completely AI generated text. So the translation was really bad, and then it suddenly started getting better, like more and more attention from Chinese people. Oh, the same way the Silk Zone also had problems with Chinese translation, right? That's why all the speedrunners using Chinese when they speedrun Silk Zone, yeah, Chinese translation was like total garbage. So, you know, there is no person that can check the translations of all languages because they can only know limited amount of languages. Even if like in a studio of 10 people, they can't know all the languages. So there is meant to be I don't think they have that much control over it, you know? I know Ace Combat 7 was a weird translation out of the box, and there are mods made by community to fix it. Yeah, that's pretty common. That's very, very common, unfortunately. No. Really funny that those two examples I thought of was both like Chinese. Come on. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Sidetracked. See Naoko in this weekend's stare as an opportunity. The blue robin flew... Oh my god, not the blue robin. Gently down from the sunroom. I saw it with my own mince pies. The whole neighborhood is like, oh, the Daozaki girl has gone and done it again. She took down a whole business. With a snap of your fingers, you're an urban legend at this point. Yep, the robin continued to chatter praise for Oko's deeds of valor. Oko, yes, kill the bird. Oko knocked it away with a flick of your finger and picked herself off of the sofa. So you don't have any envelope of money today. Is your part-time job finished? No, it's still going. I'm actually just holding that money. I made a separate bank account for it and deposited it this morning. Whoa, very financially literate? That's good. Good job. You're holding it? Yep, I'll be giving it back eventually. Sujiro took off his coat and began talking about his job as a home helper. He kept it simple, explaining how things began, and the conclusion he'd come to was to be Maru's earlier. Oko seemed stunned by the outlandish circumstances, but in the end... Okay, I should have known. I don't know if I'm relieved or disappointed. You really aren't capable of doing any wrongs, are you? She was back to her usual offensive self. The other interesting one is Obra Dinn, which had to deal with how the sentence is made, because that's how you write progress through the game. The person stopped them. Quite messy when you get a bunch of different sentence structure. Maybe? Maybe. I think it's translatable. However, there was another girl in the room who had at this point gone pale. Wait, you're saying it wasn't your money? That's right, I'm just holding it for someone else. Alice.
なんかとんでもない顔してるけど、
Oh.
どうかした？
Alice, what the fuck? The expression on your face right now is something else. Are you okay?
それが
No, I'm fine.
どうかはしてな
I
い。
just ordered takeout.
What?
Huh? Alice handed out menus for the local soba noodle shop and a cafe. The blood drained from Moko's face as she took everything in. I quietly passed her a small note. No! I knew Dev spoke about it in one of his videos about the game, but don't remember the exact example. Anyway, I see. Oh, and it was a hastily written order that was more than enough food for the three of them. Oh, you already ordered? Yeah, well, I thought it was about time someone treated us. Alice's accusing gaze fell on Sujiro. Huh? Me? Why?
そりゃあんたが
Because you
言わな
got
い期待を
everyone's
してた
hopes
から
up. Alice was looking forward to treating us to dinner, you know? Sujiro clasped his hands together as for the second time today. He remembered that Alice had said that yesterday.
ええ
Yes, and you agreed. Alice was eager to empathize. This was not your fault. Yeah, but
そうね
Alice may have messed up, but it's your fault. This is why you shouldn't walk around with so much money. I hope you learn your lesson. You two are just going to have to split the bill. No way, I can't. That money is in the bank, and I only have 500 yen on me.
そう
He's right. Even if we pull our money together, we won't have enough. Can we cancel the order? The air of despair fell upon Nikoji. You are rich! Why have you all played as poor? You're both rich! I hate them. Oko sighed as if none of this involved her. She hated to coddle them, but perhaps this was her fate.
まそうね
Should have known this would happen. It's fine. I paid for it. I got some expected income today, so I might as well use it. What? Did she took the money from the company from the business that she stopped? That's crazy. Oka's sudden proposal made both Sujiro and Alice perked up. Wait, you're going to treat us, Ozaki?
そんな
I can't believe my ears.
信じら
Are
れ
you
ない
sure, Oka?
呼んじゃったものは
Well, you already called in the order. We can't cancel
電
now.
話したんなら
If you called them earlier, they're probably already up on their way uphill. We got the money because of Sujiro anyway. It's thanks to your present from the victim's advocacy group. Here we go. It felt weird taking it from them, and this way it goes back into the shopping district anyway, so don't worry about it. I do think it's a bit of a waste though, if I'm being honest. Your roommate began celebrating. Yay! At least they get to eat! No, don't you see they're barely scrapping by? Never mind the literal mention behind them. Yup! Might as well starting to put different people, became actual landlords. And have people around. Well, they're witches, so it's not gonna work out. Nothing magical happened except this one fireball that was shot into a blue bird. Alko sank back into the sofa upon seeing her. Happiness her gesture brought. Here we go.
あ
Oh well, easy come, easy go. All that extra money, gone just like that. And thus, the curtain closed on a little incident involving a lot of cash. The blue robin flew down on the table again. This one knocked you out of your Goldilocks, huh? The robin chirped to mimic puffing on a cigarette. I hate this bird so much. I hate it. Anyway, all art aside, let's always remember this as a dosh affair, so that we never forget the gravel and grist Miss Aoko dragged yourself through. The blue robin continued to laugh at the day's hero. Nice. I enjoy violence. Aoko flicked the bird away just as someone knocked at the door. Only people have human rights. That's true. Fuck the birds. Alice has ordered your favorite omelette dish instead of cakes from the cafe.
あそれなら
Might as well enjoy. Aoko was quietly satisfied with the spoils of an honest day's work. Yay! Phew, we've done this extra bullshit. We can continue the story. That's why they're barely scrapping by. They put an ad to rent room, but nobody came in their account. There might be some magic-related mess around the house. Totally nice. Scarlet? What? Okay, whatever. Next episode. December, the month when the monks were busy at work. It was the culmination of the year. Perhaps due to the put-off tasks built up through the seasons, the months always seemed to pass by in a blink of an eye. Whoa. 9. Scarlet. It was a day like any other day in December. Though none of them were any wiser to what the other were doing, Aoko, Alice, and Sejiro had spent the day attending to their own affairs. What is this? Aoko kept the urge to kill out of her voice, but the menacing tone still reverberating in the room. The sunroom was often used to dine in when the weather was nice, since it overlooked the courtyard. It was a room decorated with a high-quality furniture and upholsteredly befitting an historic Western-style mansion. The fusion of Chinese Chip and Dale? What? What? Hold on. What? This was always a play on words? Huh? Why is it called like this? Design of cabinet maker Thomas Chimpendale. Why is it called like two fictional, squirrels? Huh? Is this just a coincidence? Hold on. It was always like this. What do you mean? Oh my god! Created by Walt Disney Company in 1943, the name Chip and Dale, lead character in Chip and Dale, are a pun on Chip and Dale. What? He's barely mentioned by name in the opening of the 2022 film Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. What? The Chip and Dale commodity is the center of a story Roald Dahl, person's pleasure. Whoa. What do you mean? Why? Why though? Donald Duck shirts, nice. Oh, it's true, they weren't Donald Duck shirts. Damn. Okay, sorry. Hold on, I wanna see if they mention the guy in the Chip and Dale Wikipedia article. Hold on. No. DuckTales. Ew, they were in the new ones, but they weren't in the old ones? Cringe. Wait, am I supposed to know this beforehand? Why the fuck, there's a guy... why is it called about the guy who makes chairs? Huh? Nothing wrong with him, like, but why? The real truth, the bombshells, whole world view shattered. If I can't trust in Chip and Dale not being a reference, then everything is. It's not a reference, it's a pun. Holy shit, I'm learning this from fucking Mahoyo? Are we going... What is this? The fusion of a Chinese Chip and Dale. It's fine, I just didn't think it's going to be Chinese. What's going on? Aesthetics and traditional English Georgian. Well, at least I know what this means. Elegance caused by even a commoner to think twice about doing anything unaristocratic on the grounds. It's the same as Splatoon and shit, come on. Truthfully, she was taken by the flagrant waste of money, but none of it paid out of her own pockets. She could care less with the purchasers spend their money on. Holy fuck. 3 unbelievably out of place offerings sat on top of the lavish sunroom table, as if enshrined. Ooh. In stark contrast, this was good, even though egg is not cooked. Is this a instant noodles? In stark contrast to the room, they appear like meals prepared by aliens. Sujiro, is this your idea of a practical joke? Aoko's trembling fists clenched and unclenched as she questioned the one response for today's menu. The clock struck 9 in the evening. Tonight's executive chief nodded dutifully, eager to explain. It's a new product from my workplace. Kinami said it looks and tastes fake, but honestly I think it's better than the real thing. Besides, they're only 40 yen each after the company discount. Still, right? Even with the egg on top, it's only 60 yen or so. The corner cutting chief seemed pleased with himself. Aoko on it. It looks alright! I mean, the egg is not cooked, but it's gonna cook. The fusion of Chippendale, a chair, yes. A furniture even, yes. I don't know, for some reason turning chipmunks into chairs feels really satisfying. Well, not feels, but you know, the concept feels satisfying. Aoko wanted to grumble that the real steal was her appetite. Well, isn't it nice for you? Now, where's tonight's dinner? Chief Sujiro thought for a second or two, then clapped his hands together in realization. Aozaki, you know if you eat too much, you'll get fat. So what you telling me? The slop? This slop is what you call dinner? No complaints, I'm not making anything else. The two stood here glaring at each other. Aoko gave off an air that said she would rather die than eat his food, while Sujiro was convinced she would capitulate eventually. He even considered chiding her for being a picky eater. As usual, the two could not see eye to eye. No way, there is no way I'm eating whatever this is. Don't be such a spoiled princess. Besides, tonight's dinner only cost 200 yen for the three of us. Sujiro puffed his chest out of the penny-punching proudness. Alice alternated her gaze between the two quarreling roommates and the neighbor roommates and the strange food before her, which she had also never seen before. She remained a mere bystander in all this. Unbelievable! A 60-yen meal for one person? What year is this? These days, even cheap beef balls places spend more on ingredients. Aozaki, if we ate the way you wanted with only 30,000 yen for food each month, I'm pretty sure we would all starve to death before you two could kill me. I mean, sure, the meat Alice cooked yesterday was really something. I was impressed with the difference of quality between 100 yen per once. Even 100% juice from the co-op made me think the idea of fresh food. But if we keep eating like we have for the last 3 days, we'll go broke. Sujiro was making perfect sense for once. Fortunately, neither Aoko nor Sujiro noticed the silent stare of disappointed approval coming from Alice. What are they doing? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You should know the meal like yesterday's was a rarity, but maybe I should thank you since Alice's meals have inspired Alice to put some effort into hers for a change. With Aoko's words, Alice closed her eyes. She might have been trying to quell her anger. You astonish me, you know? How did you even get by before me? You made it work, thank you very much. Besides, living life one step from starvation keeps you on your toes. You're rich! This is the mansion! What are your parents doing? You're underage, like... Sujiro is like alone in the world, so I get it. But you two? You don't piss me off. One is her family owns business in all Japan. Man, what is this shit? Though story for another time, Sujiro remembered a warning from a certain vice president who had complained about a certain president incessantly bugging him to take you to lunch at the end of a month. But that was neither here nor there. Okay? This was then, and this is now. Where are those cooking skills you displayed before, Sujiro? That's the only reason I trusted you was today's meal. Out of everything, she seemed to be what aided Aoko the most. The stir-fried yaki udon he had prepared previously had been very well received. It had even melted away Aoko's morning grumpiness with just one bite. However, Sujiro had not seen fit to tell them that it was one of the only dishes in his limited repertoire. For a bachelor, the ability to cook is as close to the superpower as one could get, is it? 15 years into low standards, 15 years into the future, it will likely become a highly desirable trait. Regardless, this misunderstanding had led Aoko and Alice to overestimate Sujiro's culinary talents. Your ire finally made sense to Sujiro. Alright, fine, we can order in. There is nothing we can cook anyway. What's wrong with noodles and egg? This is what happens when you don't live in a mountain. It's so true. But only if you clear up. What's going on? Why are we here? Good question. Good question. I mean, we're just reading mahoyo because of spiritual obligation to its successor named Tsukihime, but you know, Oko basked in her victory. Just eat the noodles, man! Or whatever the fuck was it? I thought it was instant noodles with the egg? Or maybe it was something else? Do you think it was like cabbage? Like it looked ambiguous. It was then, after seeing Sujiro's face, he went to fetch the delivery man. Yoko realized her misreading of him. What annoyed Yoko most was the fact that such little effort was put into dinner, but to Sujiro, this dinner was not been about cutting corners, but rather about a meal he had legitimately wanted to try. Yoko ruminated on how it could probably pass as food for someone raised in the mountains. And then... Alice, what are you doing? Yoko noticed Alice standing near the table, holding one of the bowls tightly. Would you put that down already? I need to give those back to Sujiro so he can eat the proper meal. What do we think it is? I think it's noodles. Despite Yoko's words, Alice stood her ground, firmly clutching the bowl. In fact, she seemed to be embracing it. This one is mine. She's so cute. Alice's faint voice drifted across the sunroom. And just like that, the night's menu had been decided by majority rule. Yoko's shoulders sank in disappointment at her lot that evening. Come to think of it, Alice was always peculiar about things she deemed hers. Nice. Yes, looks like noodles. Ambiguous. I would have eaten that in a heartbeat. Yeah, me too. But eating an instant noodles is never enough. It never makes me not hungry anymore. It was morning, and there was been 10 days left in December. Instant noodles specifically, if the description of they said the day is fake, but honestly I think they're better than the real thing. While the rest of the city was preparing for Christmas festivities, Sujiro headed to his part-time job. Hopefully not the evil one. Though it looked like he could snow any minute, the tree-lined streets were busy with foot traffic. These days were particularly merry. Students in winter break spent their days hanging out with friends while they counted down the days until the holiday. Instant noodles are there to keep you alive, not to fill you, for better or worse. They're quite tasty though. I like the slop meal that I eat with instant noodles, even though I didn't have it in forever because I'm a big girl. I didn't eat stuff like this, unfortunately. Is frying a bunch of tomatoes and eggs and putting instant noodles in, and then filling it with water and waiting for noodles to cook, and it gets really cooked at the end. Closer to eating a sandwich, yeah, I could agree with that. Colorful Christmas cakes line storefronts, placed like a charms to ward off evil. Huge advertisement adorned the sides of buildings. The station plaza bustled with pop-up stalls. Ooh, nice sound. Sujiro stepped out of the milling crowd and into the phone booth. Safe from the winter wind, the inside seemed warm by comparison. The thought that it would actually be nice to have one in the mountain crossed his mind as he inserted the coin into the phone. He dialed the number from memory, his fingers punching the keys with a somewhat practiced motion. After about 5 seconds, the phone began to ring. Another 5 seconds, another ring. 10 seconds had passed. He gazed through the window at the various sides of the surrounding buildings, and marveled at the sheer number of people out and about so early. The number he dialed was that of Tobimaru Tsukiji. The Tsukiji's name was well known in Misaki as a distinguished land-loaning family going back generations. Yeah, he's also gonna act broke. He's actually probably the only character who doesn't act broke. Incidentally, their residence was located in the neighborhood town of Yashiragi. Oh, really? A kind, elderly female voice finally replaced the ringtone. After her polite greeting, she handed over the phone to Sujiro's target. Morning, Tobimaru. Hey, morning. He was still half asleep, or so it sounded to Sujiro. I need to ask you something. Do you have a second? Speak. His response did not exactly inspire the confidence in Sujiro, but he cut right to the chase. There was a long pause. He was hard to read from the end of a receiver. This is what you wake me up for? Listen here, Sujiro. If she's mad at you, take her out somewhere. Try to butter her up. Show her a good time. If that isn't the trick, then cut her loose. What do you want me to say? And with a piece, Timimaru hung up. It may have been 10 in the morning to Sujiro, but after dealing with that seemed like a 6 o'clock to Timimaru, all he could do, not earnestly. Are we missing something here? Are we to do all he could do is not earnestly? Is this whatever? He had a feeling his friends had just been trying to add the call, but deep down he knew that that voice was sound. Yep. Nice. After the phone ordeal, Sujiro finished up his shopping and returned to the mansion just before noon. He was greeted by the sight of Aoko and Alice sitting in silent gloom. Though he was unsure of the circumstances, from the outside looking in, it seemed like the aftermath of an argument. The silence was as deafening as a blizzard, or rather a biting cold and stinging wind of it. Yeah, it should be all he could do is not earnestly. It is what it is. One might also compare the drawing room to an enormous walk-in freezer. It would not have been surprising to look up and see icicles hanging from the ceiling. There it is again! He felt like the zookeeper paying to see the raccoons and penguins at each other's throats. Raccoons and penguins. In fact, he had seen this literally happen the other day at the zoo janitor job, and now he glanced between them like a zookeeper trying to gauge the animal's temper. Raccoons and penguins? Needless to say, the silence meant that they were not fighting at the moment. They served as a respite from the conflict. Sujiro was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the quarrel, but their day-in day-out battles against the mysterious mage was clearly taking a toll. Not that Alice looked anything but grumpy. Across from the quiet and contemplative Aoko, Alice was reading an old book in her lap, as she was accustomed to. The book seemed somehow heavier than the other ones. I'm home. Looks like I just missed the discussion. He greeted them as he took off his coat. If only. Discussion implies progress. You're way off, Sujiro. Without quite knowing what Aoko was getting at, Sujiro quizzically tilted his head. He told himself not to think too hard into it, but it only made him more curious. In fact, we're not even close to an agreement. If anything, I'd say we debated ourselves into a corner. Seeming too preoccupied to scold Sujiro, Aoko waved her hand as though shooting off an insect. But Sujiro being Sujiro... Okay, let me start over. Hey, you two. Any progress since last time? Sujiro held his ground. That's none of your business. What did I tell you? Mage affairs are not for your ears. Her response was calm but pointed. Surliness was her weapon of choice, and today she seemed determined to swing it at will. Yeah, I remember. Did you eat yet? I cannot say this word, but this song again. Yep, it's as if it has a Creative Commons license or something, or whatever. It's in a... what's it called? What's it called? I forgot. Public domain. It's as if it's in the public domain. Here we go. They're also furniture. Yep, public domain. Yep. Sujiro chose to brush off Aoko's attitude. If Aoko's weapon was surliness, Sujiro was blitherness. Here we go. Words? He wielded just enough to make Aoko flinch. What's with you today? Did something nice happen to you? Sujiro shook his head. Not yet, but I have a proposal for you. He dug around the pockets of his coat, which was now on a hanger. Aoko gave him a dubious stare while Alice's ears perked up at his unbeat tone. Actually, today was a payday, which means I have money. We should go out and do something. Yes. He spoke with a warm smile as he removed his wallet from his coat pocket. They don't like it. The other two did not know what to make of it.
宗十郎
Sojuro? She wanted to take exception to his bright mood, but found herself wrestling with the idea of reacting positively to it. After all, he was making a gesture of good faith to try to make things better with what little funds he had. The thought itself was not a bad one. While there was always the chance that Alice would keep quiet until the slightest thing annoyed her, at which point she would ruin everything. Aoko wanted to accept his goodwill. However, she was not in the mood to walk around town with either of the two, nor was the timing ideal.
悪いけど今忙しいの
Sorry, I'm kinda busy. I'll take you up on it some other time though, just remind me. Alice seemed to give the same response, though wordlessly. Sojiro was not about to be held back by the sullen mood.
忙しいって
Busy doing what? Sitting here in silence? Whoa, too far. Wasn't it you, Ozaki, that said the change of pace was important while working overnight? Sometimes you need to take one step back to take two steps forward. Sojiro spoke with unusual confidence as he drew 2 tickets from his wallet and slapped them on the table. At first glance, they looked like advance tickets to a movie, but not quite. They were tickets to a famous aquarium. Aquarium date? To get there, they would take the rapid train and subway to the city several times more modern than Misaki. 2 tickets! Sojiro not going? It hosts not only the biggest shopping mall in the prefecture, but also a multi-purpose auditorium set to open next year, designed to host international conferences and stage productions.
それと夜はメシアンでカレーでも食べて
Oh, and eat some curry on Meshian, on me. Saying that, he slapped 2 bills on the table, as if he had struck it rich. It was Sojiro's turn to make dinner tonight, after all.
じゃあそういうことで
Be seeing you. Nice. Kinda awesome. It's kinda awesome. To be fair, it is a nice collection. Shame they only use number 1 though. Do they? Actually never heard the other ones. The business concluded, Sojiro returned his wallet to his coat pocket. Oh, I wanna read Alice and Naoko date in aquarium. Come on. It was when Naoko realized that Sojiro meant be seeing you.
ちょっと待った
You mean you're not coming with us?
今日はアルバイ
I
ト
have to work tonight. Sojiro was almost too quick with his response, helping Naoko to see things for what they really were. Rather than for Sojiro's benefit, his gesture was instead an attempt to ease the tension that had built up between Naoko and Alice. Though if asked, both girls would tell you it was an unnecessary gesture. Still, for him to pay this much attention to the household, if anything, gave Naoko reason to reflect on her own immaturity. Naoko glanced over to his still-seated Alice. Alice, let's go look at penguins and the birds. Wait, do they have penguins in the aquarium? Is this type of establishment? I don't think I've ever been near an aquarium in my whole life. I mean, I've been to a normal aquarium, but like not an aquarium, the facility. At the same time, Alice peeked up at Naoko from behind her book. Do it, ladies! They kept still, staring at each other.
私は構わないけど
I'll go if you go. I'm almost done with my
言える
book.
ことは全部そうね
Mm.
そういうことならせっかくだし
The turtles, the dolphins, even though they are psychopaths. Yes, yes. Go to the aquarium to see dolphins? That's crazy. Okay, it would be a waste not to go. Naoko stood up from the sofa, resigned to her decision. Sojiro watched on, a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, 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 the dirt. 20 minutes later, as Aoko and Alice were done getting ready, Aoko called out to Sojiro in the drawing room.
それじゃあ出かけてくるから
Alright, we're leaving now. Sojiro? Oh, I really want to read the dates. Oh, I want to read the date part. Sojiro was crouched in front of the television, unaware that the two had entered the
もし
room.
かしてビデオいじってるの
Are you fiddling with the VCR?
ああちょうどよかった
Hey, good timing. How do I... Pushing the audiovisual struggles. Pausing his audiovisual struggles. Okay. Sojiro turned around. Look at them! Yo, the gap. Look at the cute skirt. Let's go. They dressed up for the day. Yes. He rose in shock, forgetting what he was about to say.
私た
Yes,
ち
girls are
言
cute.
葉に甘えて
You okay? Listen, we're tucking you up on your offer and going out. Did you drop something behind the TV? Yes, yes. Sorry. Sujiro appeared to have a good gone stiff. I wanted to read it as not. I'm not gonna say. August stared at him curiously. Though Alice silently nodded along with his bizarre reaction. Probably worst Alice's outfit. It's kinda too simple, but it's a good Aoko outfit. I like the color. She kept her thoughts to herself.
いや
No,
なんかこう
it's just still gawking, his voice stuck in his throat. He was blissfully unaware that the shock he was experiencing was the direct result of his emotional state.
それじゃわからないってば
Spit it out already. God, I wish your weird reactions make sense sometimes. Does Alice have something in her face, or... Alice looked on in silence. He was not confused or in a daydream, this much you could tell. But the frozen look was, by all accounts, a first for Sujiro.
それで何かあったの
So what is it then?
ああ
Oh,
これなんだけど
this thing, here.
川崎
How exactly do you use it? Shaking his head to regain his composure, Sujiro pointed to the VCR. The VHS player stood on the shelf behind the TV. Behind? Beneath? I can read? Yes, the VHS.
何
What?
タイマー録画でもする
You want to record something? Aoko walked over and crouched next to Sujiro in front of the TV.
いや
No,
木の実か
I
ら
just borrowed the video from Konami, but it won't play.
まず
Well, for starters, the TV isn't turned on. Yes, the girls are cute. Finally getting to why we are here. The actual answer. I love the reflection of a TV. Ah, I love it. It's so nice. With a click, the TV screen flickered alive. Next, you have to switch to the video input.
あら意外
This is weird. It's all dark. Knowing Kinomi, I'm surprised the recording doesn't start from the very beginning. Please don't be porn. Please, please. During this time period, videotapes were still rather expensive. Therefore, it was only natural for people to not want to waste a single second of a tape, 120 minutes capacity.
割と趣味には気を使う
Especially considering how serious he is about his hobbies. Oh well, we'll have to fast forward. Yoko picked the small remote up and quickly pushed the button marked FWD. Forward. The VCR beeped in protest. With several clicks and thuds, there was an empty whir from within the machine.
壊してないぞ
Don't look at me. I didn't break it, I think. The vast majority of people who say things these are actually very prone to destroying electrical equipment, but there is a separate matter.
おまけに
Huh?
テープが入ってる
There is no tape in here. As soon as the words left your lips, it all made sense.
テープ
Tape? Sujiro imagined adhesive tape, clearly confused.
総十郎
Sujiro,
木の実くんから何か渡
did
された
Konami give you something?
渡されたけど
You mean the thing on the table? Though she should have been used by it by now. She caught it. Okay, she caught herself wondering if Sujiro has been stupid deliberately.
木の実くんが何
Sujiro, what exactly did Konami say? Do you remember?
テープ貸してよ
Yeah, he said, I'll totally lend you this tape. When you get home, just watch the TV.
一番大事な言葉
Great,
が
so he let out the most important part.
あ
Honestly, this is so sad, it's almost scary. Just when I thought you were finally
ーあっ
adapting.
さり順応している
Well, you never used the TV, come on. How you can make it through a day is a mystery to me. Aoko, come on. Exasperated, Aoko fetched the tape in question. It was labeled Gaku Gaku, Animal Kingdom, African Adventure. Two moms going on a date. Oh, their child watches Animal Planet. Aoko, this knocked Hosuke Kinomi down a level from the writing file she kept with the student council.
でこの
Okay, you put the tape in a VCR and push play. The tape isn't broken, so just be careful not to hit the record button.
名とは
What's the tab? Right here. See the indent on the side of a tape here? The tape is a little plastic cover. If you snap the tape off, you can't record on this tape anymore. How can I explain this? I think it's like a notebook for class. It's like this sealant you spray all over the page so it can be erased. Think of it as a physical barrier against common human error. She inserted the tape into VCR. He's just ahead of a time, okay? Not knowing how to use VHS, or what it is in the first place. Oh my fucking god, I can't say those words. And headed the remote to Sujiro. Just this small interaction used up a fair bit of Ako's patience. Completely ignorant of Oko's feelings, Sujiro gleefully pressed the play button. Wasn't Sujiro going to do his work?
前から危なっかしいと思ってたけど
Phew, I was afraid we weren't going to make it far for a second here. That was a bit much, even for someone as out of place as you are.
あんた
What were you doing up in the mountains? Don't tell me you were some karate master training against the bears or something. This is what I'm asking. Even Sujiro managed to pick up Naoko's rude tone as he frowned disapprovingly.
それは
Was that an attempt to insult me?
心外ね事実ばかり
You mean just now, or all the other times? Oko answered unapologetically. On the TV, a crocodile's yawning mouth appeared.
そんなバカな
Don't be ridiculous. Why would anyone train against bears? Sujiro turned towards the TV in a huff. Perhaps because of his rare outburst. As he turned face to face with a gaping maw of the crocodile on the TV, he fell backwards in surprise. Oko unpursed your lips upon seeing this, delighted. It was relieving to see a boy disarmed.
けど青崎この機械
Hey Ozaki, these machines have gotten kinda dusty.
掃除はしてい
Won't you clean them?
私はあんまり
Why bother? I hardly ever use them, and Alice doesn't watch TV. I bought some exercise videos to train with, but got bored of them. Who would have thought you actually need to do the exercise instead of just watching the damn thing? Okay, Oko, okay. Oko shrugged at her past superficially. And Sujiro was led to believe yet another falsehood about modern life that VCRs would go out of fashion.
それじゃあ留守番お願い
Well then, they're off. Trying to burn the place to the ground. And in case you were wondering, I know you don't have work tonight. She knew. Okay. Uncle walked out of the drawing room smiling. Blushing. Your grin was the cheap shot that left Sujiro speechless. As he scratched his cheek, he was reminded that she was not someone to be trifled with. After watching the end of a drama between his housemates, Alice made for the reception area as well. Truly, two moms and their son. What a beautiful story. Yes. Left alone in the room, Sujiro took his seat on the sofa. I don't care about Sujiro, please. I want to go on a date. I want to be the third wheel, please. Well, it was certainly not easy making everything run smoothly around these parts. Until they came back, he should enjoy his crocodile watching in peace. Is this porn? Is this actually porn? Do you think it's porn? I think it's porn. Maybe? They took the subway from Misaki for 6 stations, probably. From there, they rode another 3 steps by express train. After about an hour, Naoko and Alice arrived at Arisaka Station. While Misaki City was a mixture of all the new architecture, Arisaka was a brand new town built in accordance with recent government ordinance. It was as though the entire town, full of tall buildings, sprouted out in the middle of nowhere. It was near the end of December, in the middle of a winter break. Even the bustling plaza in Misaki was quiet compared to Arisaka in the evening. Whether it was the huge mall full of countless specialty stores or the crowded multi-purpose auditorium, there really was something for everyone here. For that reason, beyond the local residents, Arisaka Station was crowded with people from far and wide.
へえあれが新しい演劇
Look at Alice's head!
年内最大のコンサート
Cool, it must be the fancy new performance art center. It's supposed to have the biggest concert hall in the prefecture. I wonder what it's like inside. Looks how much grander it is than the buildings around it. They made their way to the aquarium, waving through the crowds. Wait. All the budget that was saved up from the previous chapters being used here worth. I think the previous chapter was not a part of the main story, so it was like an extra content. They were reusing the assets to make extra stuff, maybe? Ako might have been used to the city life, but Alice was silently anxious. White coat! The people passing by must have thought this pale girl was out of place, which Alice happened to agree with.
来年夏にはビッグアーティスト
Oh, it says big artist coming summer of next year. Oh my god, it's Pink 30?
これ日本初
Alice, this says it'll be the first live appearance in Japan. Is this a real band? I don't know it. Ako exclaimed, overcome by excitement. This kind of pop rock band was right up Ako's alley, but naturally, Alice did not seem very interested.
それより
I'm I'm more amazed by the Polish orchestra they invited to open for them. This must be costing them a fortune. How incorrigible. Aoka cursed under her breath before hurrying them along. Underneath the construction mop read was the support of a Koonji group. Doesn't have money for the proper meal. White coat and black gloves, my. Ooh, the aquarium they were looking for was on the top of floor of a massive building. Holy shit. Nice. Maybe it was because it was no longer a new attraction, or perhaps it was because the first floor cinema drew the crowds. With only a few people scattering around the entrance, the atmosphere inside was very calm. It wasn't quiet, but desolate, and far removed from the hustle and bustle outside. Perhaps they were going for a museum-like mood. You're right, it is black gloves. Oh, she's so cute. Alice quietly caught her breath, staring in awe. She was like a child seeing the circus for the first time, her eyes wide in anticipation and wonder. It's the lady's lanky, you see. Good. I guess the juror's idea wasn't totally off the mark, then, huh? I could find yourself smiling as well. There's no fish yet, why are we excited? There was a certain joy in seeing Alice's wonderment? Not really. Just find rooftop aquariums to be kind of novel. According to the guide on the wall, the entrance to the aquarium was nearly as big as the Koonji Mansion's foyer. Nice. The outdoor penguin show was apparently suspended due to the star penguin Flippy undergoing treatment for an injury. It was an unfortunate state of affairs, but one that did not stop Alice from continuing to read over the guide. Apparently, she was quite familiar with penguin shows. Then... Huh? I can't believe it, Alice quietly whispered as if holding back a scream. Hey, what's wrong? Ako said, still looking at the floor plan. It was rare to see Alice getting this emotion outside of the mansion. For some reason, she was trembling. Nothing seemed terribly off about the aquarium's offering. There's no giant tortoises! No what? It's all wrong, Aoko. Why is there no giant tortoise exhibit? Why? I don't know. Are giant tortoises even aquatic? Maybe it's because they take up too much space. Why though? They have penguins. It's not fair. Look, they even have a dolphin. This is absurd. Nice. This is so absurd. Having an upper floor aquarium feels weird to me. On the bright side, if there is a leak, it's going to be a hell of a thing to see. I knew it. It was a bitter pill for Alice to swallow. The idea that they did not have a giant tortoise despite having a dolphin had Alice's eye hot with indignation. Now that you mention it, if penguins and dolphins are standard fare, you'd have thought they would have at least a giant tortoise. What were they thinking? Ako cheered. Yoko said, something like a giant tortoise would be boring and unpopular. She was sensible enough to read the room, however, and keep her thought to herself. Let's go, Alice. We have tickets, so we can skip the line. A few moments after the giant tortoise fiasco, presenting the tickets received from Sajuro, they headed towards the once popular entrance. From the entrance gate, the corridor stretched into a dark hallway, love this card, completely illuminated in blue. Figures and faces became mere silhouettes in the darkness. It was no darkness born from magecraft, but a man-made area of twilight. Ooh. I want to see fish. A world of shadows and blue, the only light behind from the illuminated tanks. The two witches continue walking down the artificial ocean corridor. Water tanks seem like windows into hundreds of different worlds. Each had their own separate temperature and environment. It was as if they were snapshots of the same place at different times. Mesmerized by the reflecting images of the ocean floor, the housemates, and never housemates, conversation grew spare. That reminds me, Alice, you have this huge mansion without a pool. What's up with that? Figures, you come to aquarium, that's what you think about. Wanting superfluous thing is a bad habit of yours, Aoko. Pool isn't superfluous. Besides, aren't pools more common in England than Japan? Oh, could it be that she can swim? Spent enough time in a swimsuit. I have to swim in a lake as a child, and I never once lost a race to a big Saint Bernard. A Saint Bernard? Wait, don't tell me. You had troubles with your breathing, didn't you? Spare me the swimming lessons. Crawl? Butterfly? The people who invented those were probably half fish anyway. Okay. Cluck, 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 cluck. Clunking? Clucking? Clucking? Is this a word? Their place was more delicate and solemn than a stroll along the beach. Along the beach, it was the sort of absent-minded chat one might hear between girls anywhere in the world. The Twilight Zone, even. Oh no, wait, that's taken. Is there the only thing to do was look at the blue screens? I'm surprised you were willing to leave him alone in the house. You're not worried he'll go snooping in the West Wing, are you? He can't possibly be that foolish. Besides, save his trouble if he did. It's not that. I just don't think he's the type to break his word. That he was not. Alka nodded, her long hair waving back and forth, a certain gleam of surprise in her eyes. Onward, they meandered to the next aquatic world. Cluck, cluck, cluck. No fish! By the way, is this your first time in the aquarium? Second. I visited with a friend long ago. No way. Really? Yeah, really. More like 6 years ago when I was still in England. No, I meant the friend part. I thought you said you didn't have any friends. It was a long time ago. We even had the same name. We used to play all the time, but we fell out of touch. That's right. Alice must be a pretty common name over here. Here it's all Roko and Hanako and such. Indeed. Or names referencing colors like Aoko, Akako, Kuroko, or Shiroko. They do all end up with ko, don't they? Yeah, well, female names do that. To each their own, a society of names. The swirling of the waters was dizzying, much like the hectic world of humans. Their hands swung back and forth as they walked towards the next world. Show me fish! Incidentally, Aoko, what exactly is your plan for him? Well, once the current issue is resolved and things calm down, I'll find the rune for erasing his memory, and he'll forget he ever existed. We ever existed. He won't be a bother for much longer. A bother to whom? Me? Huh? Oh, yeah, obviously. Whoa, this fish is really big. Is it really pretty? It makes me want to swim. Hey, we should go to the beach next summer. The beach? You mean... like the ocean? Of course, you know, fun, under the hot summer sun, sand between your toes, watching the sun set on the horizon. We couldn't go this year, so why don't we go together next year? That's a promise. Your optimism is exhausting. But that does sound nice, if we manage to survive until next summer, that is. All the budgets we spent on the outfits narrow is either that or the fishes. Truly tell, not show. Nice. The two girls journey into the next oceanic wonderland, naturally taking in the sights. The visitor to these winter waters had begun to leave, satisfied by the tour. The sound of the footsteps hurtled their farewell. That's it. I want to see fish. An hour into the wayfaring sea voyage. Are we going to see penguins at least? Losing themselves in the maze-like corridors of seemingly endless exhibits, they somehow found themselves on the next floor. Aoko had heard that the aquarium was situated on the top floor and was shocked to find out yet another above it. At least this looks good. It was likely the design to the actual top floor could only be accessed from within the aquarium. Moments of intrigue such as this were what attractions were made for. Alice? Turning this way and that, she found Alice had disappeared. Her housemate has just been here, however, and Aoko took to look for her. She soon found her nearby. Her white overcoat shone brightly in front of the dimly lit exhibit. She was staring motionless into the water tank. Alice almost looked to be staring through it, as though distracted by something. What's wrong, Alice? Are you feeling okay? She spoke, hoping to snap her out of it. Alice's typical cold aura seemed to have all but left her. No, the fish staring at me! I'm the fish! It is a rare fish. This looked like the tank they used for all the fish that don't fit anywhere else. Alice gave a non-committal response. Just ahead of her gaze was a single shadow.
わおマンボウ
Whoa, an ocean sunfish. I wanna see it! Alice remained motionless, unresponsive to Ako's sarcasm. She stood in silence. She watched me. Don't call me an ocean starfish. She stood in silence, watching the pool. Poor little fish, drifting lifelessly in a tank where they put the fish that did not fit anywhere else here at the end of the hole. Can I see the fish? To put it lightly, sunfish were not especially pleasant to look at. Shut up! When looking at one, it begged the question of what direction evolution wanted to take with it. The fuck? It looked like a swam? Swam? Using rudder-like fins on its top and bottom, but lacked the grace of other fish. To Oko, its eyes, body, and strange movements meant an awkward creature. But...
ねえアリス
Hey,
あっちの水槽
Alice, let's check out the whale shark exhibit over here. It sounds really exciting, don't you think? Alice had moved, fixated on the sunfish. It clumsily drifted around its tank, occasionally bumping into grass as it turned.
この子
Oko, this little one can't swim well. Alice extended her fingers towards the glass, then retracted it, feeling childish. Well, whatever. I suppose sunfish have their own charm. It did not seem like Alice was going to budge. Resigning herself, Oko stayed with Alice while she stared at the curious-shaped fish.
へえ
Oh, they have eyes like pufferfish. It also said that the females can produce more eggs than any other known vertebrate, up to 300 million at a time. Neat.
他の魚
The babies become prey to other fish, so in a way, giving birth to so many is means of survival to them. The walkers seemed taken in by the biological details of the fish. Alice couldn't have cared less. She was lost in the ebb and flow of emotions between wonder and woe with every clumsy bump of a fish into the glass. Out of nowhere, she softly
さっきの
spoke.
話だけど
About before.
さっきの話って
Before?
何
When?
彼について
This is no longer a visual novel, it's just a novel.
そういうの
About him. About leaving the house in his care. It seemed like Alice had returned to her normal self. There was that cold aura. Whatever inside the mansion or out, that stubborn chill that pushed people away was
私
back.
の気が変わったわけじゃな
I
い
haven't changed my mind. He's still a complete unknown. How can I trust someone
わからな
I
い
know nothing about?
まあね
Ask him, I guess. But then, why let
青子
him?
のことはわかる
Because I know you, Hoko. You always make a right
正しい
decision.
選択を
So I'm trusting your judgment on the matter. Yes. No kiss. It was true, she did not know Sujiro, nor had any intention to. But because of her trust in Naoko, she could trust Naoko's decision to allow him to stay. It seems Alice was channeling her own feelings. She said she could not trust someone she did not know. In other words, she wished to trust him, and in order to do so, she needed to know more about him.
口にするのはな
Well,
んだから
I don't really know how to respond to that, Alice.
それよ
With
り
a
何
kiss.
そんな
Also, I had no idea you trusted me that much. I do trust you. I may not be fond of you,
信
but I
頼
trust
だ
you.
って共犯者
Because we're partners in crime,
私
aren't
た
we?
ち
Your white coat swayed to and fro. Just like that, their short excursion had come to an end. What about sharks? Straight ahead was the exit back to the real world. What about penguins? Well, penguin show is out, but maybe looking at penguins is still okay? A step away from the exhibit was a step towards becoming better roommates.
優しい顔をしている
Such a kind face, but so clearly scarred. One last small whisper. And with that, she bid farewell to the lonely figure in the tank. Don't call me that! Hello! Okay, we're done. Stretched. Oh, it feels so good. Nice. All hands, that's the progression narrative. We can't speedrun it through it. They're already living together. What to speedrun? They're already at like final stage. They have more like divorce energy more than anything, you know? Okay. Yeah. I'm Nero and I'm done. I'm done. Please bookmark. Oh. Look, we have to build up to it. To what? They're already living together. Come on. If we get all of it at once, there is nowhere left to go. I mean, there is. There is, though. There is. You know, lawn and loving relationship. That's a bad romance writer mentality. Oh no, they get together. This is it. There is nothing to do. So when they end the romance stories on characters getting together, I don't give a shit about this. They should have started with being together. But there's nothing left they can go without becoming the different genre of a games. Come on. Sorry. Okay. Well, this was it. This was the end. Very chill. I can't believe they called me a fish multiple times in my face, in my scarred face. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for watching. This is the end. Yep. I'm sorry. Fishy. Thank you for watching. Hold your breath and count to 10. Feel the earth and move, and then I don't. Actually, I lost count, so oops. Well, that's it. Bye, guys. See you next time.